He's coming in, and right now, 2 challengers, contenders. I'm going to say 3, 2, 1. Only both of you will go, yeah, the longest. Okay? No pauses this time. Loudest, longest. Longest. Full lung power. Huh? Shobhaji is genetically gifted, like all women with lung power. Someday I'm going to get beaten up. I know this. Okay? So both of you. 3, 2, 1, go! Shobhaji, how long have you been married? 14 years, no? 20 experience. Okay, so Shobhaji, you win yourself an airfare voucher worth 25,000 rupees when Chinmay sir gives me his credit card to buy it. It's all about having fun. If you find me with a black eye, you know who it is. So ladies and gentlemen, as I was talking, it's very, very permanent today, or very, very important to put it in very simple terms, that we are going to have data that is going to be generated.
Who actually source either immediate
pause please. Yeah, thank you. So we're going to have content which is going to be generated. And analytics, both of these are going to be influenced, or we're going to use AI in both these areas. So to shed light upon this, you actually are supposed to come in before lunch. So first of all, I'd like to thank the speaker from our side. Thank you so much for being so kind towards us. And he's going to come in and share in insights. He's a true maestro in the realms of data engineering, machine learning, and generative AI. Has over 20 years of experience, is today with Google. And he's here to shed light about analytics and generative AI and content which can be used by organizations, especially within the edtech sector. Please give us a big round of applause as I call upon Mr. Raghu Vansh Dubey from Google. Let's give him a round of applause. Our first speaker after lunch. So let's make some noise, everybody. Yeah. So it's Google in the house. The dice is all yours.
Am I audible? Okay. Just one. Can I have that mic? It's better. Hello. All right. Thanks. So first of all, before I even get started, it's really amazing to be here. I've been here since around 10ish. Really, really happy to see the diversity which is there, right? I've attended quite a few events, expecting that, okay, I'll go. There will be some more technical sessions. I will also do my session, and then we will connect, do network and all, right? But what I found here today was that true diversity. It was amazing, listening from Major General Sir. It was really amazing listening from Dr. Chaudhary. It was really amazing listening the diversity of thoughts during the panel discussion. I'll touch upon some of those things as I talk through a few slides which I have. But yeah, I think the key thing which I wanted to talk about is a technology which is, okay, technical glitches happen. Okay. No, that's a Mac. Do you want to do Alt Tab, please? Alt Tab. Sorry, Control Tab. Let me come there. Sorry.
So see, when I was doing engineering, we used to say this, to error is to be human. To make a mistake is to be human. When you want to give someone a headache, give them a computer. No. Anybody else for my prizes? I have a few more like this. Already beaten up face. Yesterday an auntie came and said, oh, you're so famous, I want a picture of yours. I felt so happy. I'm getting more famous and all. So I said, why do you want my picture? She says, whenever my child cries at home, I want to show it to him. So it happens, And life is fun. I also indulge in a little bit of magic of my own. So once Mr. Dubey finishes up with his conversation and I call on my next presenter, maybe would you all like to learn a magic trick and take it home today? Did you love what Javed did? What was this? Yes. How many of you had ice cream? We scream, you scream, we all want? Here you'll all scream ice cream. Okay, so I think we're back on track and we'll be ready, all set to go. And so how many of you would like to learn a magic trick? I'll do one with you. Bring both your hands out like this. Thumbs up. And it's clear. All you have to do is follow instructions. Take fingers, thumbs up. And I think Mr. Dubey is ready. It's okay, sir. Error is to be human. Kisi ko sar dard dena hai, give them a computer. And that's what I said. I make fun of being an engineer myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause for Mr. Dubey back again? Thank you, sir. The dice is all yours.
Thank you. The mic. So, you see what happens, right? We are using technology, and this is what it takes to present a slide. Thank you. Let me just check if it's okay. I think my slides are still running out of the window. Okay, weird. It's a resolution issue. Is there anyone who can help out? Till that time, why don't you just... Yeah, I'll try to continue just to ensure that we don't lose this context. I think ignore the slides. We are talking about. In the morning I heard that is generative AI going to take away jobs, right? I think the very first discussion with Dr. Chaudhary had. That's one school. That is one thought which often comes to our minds, but that's not the reality. Yes, it is so powerful that it does look like it could change a lot of things. That's how we should perceive this, right? And when we talk about it could change a lot of things, we also want to understand what exactly it can do, right? Can it help me save costs? Can it help me make my products to the market quicker, right? Can it change the entire customer experience or the user experience? In your case, majority of the time, student experience, right? Whenever you're interacting with your students. Can it help you change that experience altogether? The answer is yes, it can. But before we even go to the stage as to, we start thinking about how it can make those changes, how it can really change this experience and help you differentiate your offerings, we need to understand at a very high level. We'll not have time to go into all the details of how the generative AI pieces works internally, but then think of it as a technology or a subset of machine learning. It's not something new. Machine learning has existed for decades. What we are talking about is a very specialized domain within machine learning. To be precise, there is AI. Within that, there is a subdomain, machine learning, and then you keep going on inside and inside, just like layers on the onion, right? And eventually you will reach a deeper specialization after natural language processing, and then eventually you will reach what we call universal language models or large language models, right? Essentially, you can also think of it as an evolution of natural language processing, right? So again, something which has existed for decades, right? We have been always used to, having some small ways in which we can do OCR, right? Textbooks, we just, do a OCR, extract data from there, understand noun, pronoun, verbs, objectives, and so on and so forth, right? That is the place where we started. Right now, what has happened with these large language models coming into the picture is that this capability has increased significantly. When I say significantly, of course, you can handle the natural, the classical natural language task like, classification or extracting data, verbs, nouns, pronouns, name of places, etc., right? Understanding, the grammar and all. But we have gone one level further. With this deep understanding from natural language processing to natural language understanding, we are now in the era of natural language generation, right? These models have become so powerful that they understand the semantic meaning of each and everything which they have been trained on, which means that they can generate net new content, which does not exist before, right? They can engage with you in a human-like conversation, right? They can summarize content for you, just like, you would maybe read a large book and if you want to create a few pages summary, right? They will do that summarization for you. They understand net as to what could be important, what could be those key moments, what could be those highlights, without having to train again and again, which you would eventually end up doing in a typical machine learning setup, right? Now, why is that important? I'm not sure if my slides are working. Probably they are not. If you move a bit further towards this direction, right? Why is it so important? It is important because you as an organization have certain use cases which you would want to solve for, right? Build on top of what you have already built, right? And give that new customer experience or that new user experience. One thing which is very important to call out is that when we look at this particular technology, right, there are multiple components, multiple pieces across the tech stack which need to be stitched. There was a question, is this a hype, right? Is it just that another concept car which is drawn on the paper but doesn't exist? Or even if it exists, it is in a very, very, bad shape or like a visionary shape. Nothing exists right now. Is that a reality? Fair question to ask, right? And you can ask that question because there are reports, public reports, not Google provided, but public reports which say that, maybe around 10% of the total people or the total organizations who try to do something with AI end up productionizing it at scale. 60% do the pilot. So you're seeing that funnel. 100 tried it, 60% tried to do the pilot, maybe it did something, only 10% were able to productionize it at scale. Now, that is an obvious question, like, is it so difficult? What's going wrong, right? Should we think slightly different about all of this? And it's important to have this metric in mind because, yes, there is a need to think differently about all of this, right? 10% is a very abysmal rate, right? It's not a good rate. What can we do about it? One thing which is very important to understand is you want to have a good match of the skill set and the implementation cycle. Very, very crucial, right? So for example, if you look at the way we have it structured within the Google Cloud Platform, right? We have tool sets which are geared towards data scientists who are, hardcore machine learning enthusiasts. They want to have, the lowest level of control which could be possible while they are training the machine learning models, right? They want to build their own large language models from scratch, right? But then there is another set of users who are developers, but they aren't so tech savvy. They don't want that level of control, right? Now, what do you have for them? So there is a different stack altogether within the whole portfolio, right? Which unfortunately I'm not able to show as we speak, but maybe I will share these slides offline. That is the place where we have exposed a lot of our products as APIs. There are places where we have exposed things which you can use off the shelf. Of course, you can customize them, tune them with your own data, but then they are available then and there, right, for you to use. And third is you don't want to develop, you want something off the shelf, right? Not even an API. You don't even want to get to that level of detail. That is a place where there are pre-baked offerings which are also available, right? Now, one thing which is important to understand is how are these models able to, do those amazing things which we see, right? For example, some interesting use cases. You can supply these large language models with your own data, and then ask this model, let's say you supply it with a book, and ask this model to create 5 multiple choice questions. It will create it. It will read the data. It will create those questions. If you ask it to not only create the questions, but also give a reasonable answer to those questions, it will do that as well. And that too, it's not coming from its own knowledge base, it's coming from your own data, right? That data could be personal to you, right? It could be your organization's data. The idea is that these models have been trained on internet scale data, and I remember, I don't exactly recall who mentioned this, but it is also important to call out that not only trained on internet scale data, but trained on relevant data. That is quite important, because otherwise, machine learning models will be like garbage in, garbage out, right? There's a lot of engineering which has gone into it to provide it a clean data set, and then it was trained. And now it has developed that capability to understand things in a much more better way, generate things, right? There are, I cannot name as we speak due to referenceability issues, but then there are customers with whom we are working in India itself who are building Q&A platforms for their students, right? These Q&A platforms are helping them code with Java. They are tuning our models with their own code to present their results even better. And at the same time, we also have various other use cases where people are creating Q&A bots purely entirely on the textual data, not code-based data, but entirely on the textual data. It could be textbooks, it could be various types of lectures, and so on and so forth, right? The idea is that if you had to do something like this on unstructured data just 1.5 years back, it would have been a heavily custom exercise. Right now, that is not needed. You can just pass on your own enterprise data to these large language models and start working, right? Another important aspect which I would like to mention out here is if you look at some of these technologies, the way they end up working, right? You want to ensure that whatever your data is being used while training the model or while you're using the model is something which remains with you. I was having a very nice conversation with a gentleman during the lunchtime, and he mentioned that we are using Bard, right? And there was a comparison which also more often than not draws up with ChatGPT as well. Very important thing to understand is there are two pieces. There are two types of kind of mindsets which we are dealing here. One is a consumer mindset, right? When I say consumer, it is just all of us. We just want something to go ahead and ask questions to. Maybe I want to ask a question that, hey, build my itinerary because I'm visiting this XYZ place, right? Or I may just ask a question related to some technology or some subject which I'm reading, right? And ask it random things. However, I'm not supplying it my own data, right? These large language models, when you supply it with your data, that becomes your differentiative moat. And it's very important to understand, right? Large language models, for example, in Google, we have majority of our platform based on Google Palm, which is a very large model. It's a 540 billion parameter model. But then that model, when combined with your data, that becomes your differentiator. How you are combining your data with this model, and there's a specific concept called RAG, which I'll come to a bit later. But then that's the whole idea. That's how you develop your differentiation. Your use case, your data, combined with the power of large language models. That's very important to call out. Going back to what I was saying, Bard, right? That conversation, right? How many of you have used Bard, by the way? Just a quick raise of hand. Not many. If not, please just go Google Bard, try to use it, right? And play around it. You'll find it very useful. However, if you're building an application which needs to meet a particular SLA, it needs to be on for a certain number of time. It can't go down, right? You need to build in your own data inside that application, right? Your own knowledge base, your own private knowledge, enterprise knowledge base. It could be books, it could be websites, it could be databases, etc., right? And you really want a full-fledged support ecosystem around it. That's the place where the enterprise offerings come into the picture, which is not Bard. That's Vertex AI and Do It AI. Very important to differentiate here, so hence I'm just calling it out. So if you look at Vertex AI, just like this whole generative AI and large language models are a specialized type of machine learning models, but they are still machine learning models. Vertex AI is a machine learning platform. It's an end-to-end machine learning platform. There are few components within Vertex AI which actually help you to do generative AI-related things, right? So think of it as an overall holistic ecosystem, which includes AI plus generative AI, right? So that's one important thing which I wanted to call out. So if you're a builder, if you want to build applications, enterprise class, that's a place where Google Vertex AI Suite will come into the picture. If you are a user, if you're a business user, for example, how many of you have used Google Docs or Google Sheets? Awesome. So whenever these generative AI capabilities are exposed through our usual interfaces, when I say usual interfaces, I mean Google Workspaces, which includes Google Docs, Google Slides, your Google Sheets, etc. A lot of components in the Google Ads ecosystem. These interfaces we are already aware of, right? These are not new. They haven't come in last 1 year, right? Whenever our generative AI capabilities get exposed through these interfaces, we call it Do It AI. Okay? That's one important thing. You don't need to develop anything. You can just go to a Google Doc, right-click, summarize your content, whatever is written, generate meeting minutes, send off emails. If you go to Google Sheet, perform calculations, generate charts. If you go to Google Slides, just go ahead, type a prompt, and it will generate an image, right? But these are all Do It AI capabilities, purely and entirely based, or purely and entirely available for direct usage. When you're building an application, that's the place where you start using the Vertex AI portfolio. Yes, and yeah, I'm hoping if that glitch gets resolved, I'll share you those slides, but I'll continue in the interest of time. Yeah, this is half of generative AI. So you can close it. That's okay. I'll share those slides. Whatever. I'll just speak impromptu. Anyways, what I was going to show is mostly what I'm gonna talk about as well. So if you look at some of the other use cases as well, right, which we keep talking about in EdTech. Kahoot. How many of you have used Kahoot? Right? Pretty good. When I used to do some of these presentations internally within Google itself, we used to generate those Kahoot questions. It did used to take time to generate those MCQs, right? You can use generative AI to generate those Kahoot questions. You can use generative AI, for example, to simplify the level of content. Can you try to explain the content which is being taught in class 9th to someone who is in class 6th? Can you simplify that whole language, right? You can do that. You can ask it to do that. And the idea is, think of it like earlier what we used to do. We used to, let's say we have to, create a simple, let me just think about it. Yeah, let's say if you have to create a simple machine learning program where we want to kind of identify a cat and a dog. Very common example which we often end up taking, right? You would define in traditional machine learning that a cat has fur, it has 2 ears, it has 4 legs, and so on and so forth, right? You'd program those things. The way things have evolved, that is not required. You would go ahead and tell this large language model that, hey, read these books, see these thousands of images, go figure out what is a cat and dog, and now tell me which is a cat and a dog. Same goes for textual content as well, same goes for video content as well, and so on. So the idea is that the experience change which has happened is there, it is here to stay. At the same time, you also want to ensure that whatever you're building remains with you. That's the place where you talk about embarking on an enterprise strategy, where you build these products, build these machine learning and data-related products on the enterprise technology like Vertex. And of course, nothing completes without talking about open source, right? There's a lot of activity going on in open source. What we have done is that, you should be able to use on our platform both Google's models as well as open source models, right? You should be able to use them in a responsible way. If you see, a lot of newsletters which eventually come at times, you might have heard of Google's responsible AI principle, RAI principles, and so on, right? We are pretty strict in terms of how the data is leveraged, what are the models are doing, what kind of content they output. We just try to ensure that they don't try to output anything which is inappropriate, right? Similarly, anything which is hosted as an open source model, right? So let's say if you're trying to use Google Palm, of course, it's available. If you're trying to use any kind of other language models, right, they are also available and they have gone through that RAI. So that's also important to understand that when you're embarking on that journey, trying to use a set of models across Google as well as open source models, we try to ensure that you are kind of at least backed up in terms of the validations which we have done, right? I think that's majority of it what I was planning to say. There's one more thing which I, which came to my mind while I was having one of the conversations during the lunch, before the lunch actually, that there's no content available to learn these technologies, right? I think that is not true. The idea is like it is still evolving for sure, but at the same time, there's a lot of content available out there. I had some of those links in my slides. Unfortunately, I'm not able to show it as we speak, but happy to share it with Chinmay, and then he'll forward it as well. We are, by the way, working with Chinmay and team as well on multiple AI and Gen AI use cases too. So I think I'll pause there. There were a couple of live demos which I wanted to do and show, but एक तो ये चला नहीं, दूसरा अगर चल भी रहा होता तो मेरे हाथ कानून से ज़्यादा लंबे हैं नहीं, तो मैं वहाँ तक पहुँच नहीं पाता उसको करने के लिए. So that's the sad part of it. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions if there are. Yeah, please. Got it. See, it's not an easy problem to solve. So I'll give you one example. This question often comes. not exactly this question, but a variance of this question often comes. And the variance is that, hey, I have used, let's say Google to generate images. I have used it to generate a summary, right? Or I have used it to generate any XYZ content, right? Is it exactly the same as someone else who's going to generate it? Or do I own the IP of the data? Is the generated data my data, or is it someone else's data? If it is someone else's data, then I'm in problem. Because sooner or later, if that XYZ third party discovers that, hey, this data is actually my data, they may throw a suit at you, right? Who knows, right? We are not always lucky, right? That no one discovers it. So, few things which we have very clearly called out. Whenever we use any data to train our models, we ensure that there is no third-party infringement. In case it happens, there are clear guidelines where you can reach out to Google and we'll help you out. Number one. Number two, we take all the measures to ensure that training data itself is not outputted. So there are various checks and balances which are out there on top of these models, which ensure that we will not just output the way the model was trained, right? Third, whenever you're talking about this specific item, think from this perspective. We say that once you generate the data using our models, it is your data, customer's data, right? However, there could still be laws, country-specific laws, which may prevent you from taking the IP of that. For example, I'll give you one example. I don't think in India there's anything specifically which called out, but maybe 2 months back in US, there was a law passed in Dallas or Texas. I don't exactly recall which state. It's not fully kind of passed yet, but then there was a bill which was proposed which mentioned that you cannot copyright AI-generated content. Right? So even if we ensure that you will be protected against any third-party infringement, because the way we have trained our models and the checks and balances which we have put there, there could still be laws, country-specific and state-specific laws, which may say that you can't copyright, even though that content is yours, just because it was an AI-generated content. However, one thing which is, okay, so that's one thing, right? It's a bit of complex problem to solve. It's not just technology, it's a bit of human side and political side as well, which is coming there. Second is, if let's say you have, let's say you're generating code through our models, right? You're trying to autocomplete code. Whenever we find that the generation is significantly inspired by something which was used during the training, we provide recitation. We give you a link that this generated code or this generated text is actually heavily inspired by this particular content out there on the internet. Explainability in AI is very, very important, right? You can't control governments, but at least you can ensure that your users are informed, right? So that's essentially are some of the things through which we try to handle these situations. Happy to talk about it more. Yeah, please.
My name is Alok. I think you well explained one of the specifics when you use machine learning. A lot of people talk about bias. You train your model. Of course, model learns from the data within the system, right, or outside the system. What kind of governance model you build around making sure that these biases are hugely minimized or eliminated? That's a very, very important will happen.
So your voice was breaking. I'm not sure if I got.
What kind of model you?
Got it. So like I said, right, there's a lot of engineering which goes around. Of course, I'll not be able to talk about the inner details about how these models are created. Of course, the way we have prepared the data, for example, to train Google Palm, is published out there in our research papers. to the extent that, what is that raw internet crawl which we used? How did we process this? How did we remove how did we remove any kind of duplications? What are the, I think, 100+ languages, multilingual training which happened, right? All of that is mentioned out there. From a governance standpoint, we have internal checkpoints. So for example, whenever whenever you write a prompt, right? Whenever you give the model an instruction or whenever it generates something based on the instruction which you gave it, we monitor it through close to 20 odd different, flags, which could be any kind of adultery, it could be any kind of, let's say, hate remark, it could be any kind of violence, and so on and so forth. Happens both for text as well as images. Number one, anything which is supposed to be filtered or which is inappropriate gets blocked. Of course, if you think it is appropriate and should not have been blocked, there's a process, you just let us know and we will just, validate it and let you, we'll just confirm, right? There have been cases, right? At times it happens that in medical, right? When you're trying to parse medical content, there could be some content which could come, right? Which may not be appropriate, right? Model may think that it is related to some adult content. But then it's a genuine use case. So if such things happen, that you do have a genuine use case, we still blocked it, we just go ahead and remove that block. We help you, kind of remove and manage those filters. Second, there are various types of governance which you can put in here, right? Which we put by default. There are two important things which I would want to call out. No matter how much governance we put, one important thing is that these models are trained not every day. It's very costly to, these models are trained not every day. It's very costly to train and retrain this model. It's like millions of dollars which is required if you try to do a full training. So, number one, can you do what we call retrieval augmented generation, which is use your data, ground the results of these models on top of your own data, so that you're confident that whatever is coming out is indeed coming out from your own knowledge base. That also helps you build that differentiation, right? Because the base model is anyways available to everyone, right? So that's one important thing. Second, there are open source tools which are also available, which can help you put a bit of governance on that model, right? For example, in a chat kind of use case, you can use something called Nemo guardrails, right? You can just Google it, you'll find it. So that has an integration to our APIs, Vertex AI APIs. That will help you kind of structure and, guardrail the conversation. But yeah, I think I'm running short of time. Happy to answer questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think even without the slides, you had everybody's attention and a lot of questions coming in. I could relate to one of those questions being the monkey that took its own photograph. Do you know about it? Okay, a cameraman, photographer left his camera on an island. One of the macaw monkeys or something took his own picture. Now there's a fight between who owns the picture. Is it the monkey's picture or is it the photographer's picture? So the same issue is happening with the content from, the AI. So I think it's going to take another 3 to 5 years before a lot of regulation, content, and, the governments get around with it, I think. It's going to take some time.
I don't think governments will have that time.
They won't have that time.
They will have to act fast.
They'll have to act much faster, but we all know how democracy works in every part of the world. So thank you so much, sir. And we'll request you to please accept a token of appreciation from our side. Mr. Shenoy, Ganesh Shenoy, sir, the mentor to my academy. And if you have any questions, if you're like me, after college, if we had such sessions, I would be the first one to go and catch hold of the person. So do that. I think he's helped on time. So in case if you'd like to have some questions, quickly get his email or a way to contact him. And do you see this beautiful Krishna, this memento that we're giving away, the Basudi in Shri Krishna's hands? That's because of one of our partners. You can go and actually check them out. They have some beautiful corporate gifting options. And in case if you made your defense minister at home angry, you can get in touch with them. Smart people. Ishara kafi hai. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is very, very, very pertinent. The reason being, we are faced with the 2 E's of the industry with AI. The first one education. The second, employability. And what does the future hold? And that is the next conversation that we're going to have on stage. The topic being the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. Our speaker is a phenomenal person with some amazing experience. He's an author of a bestseller, The Heart of Work. He's a regular blogger, HR power influencer on platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. He also serves as an advisor on the Economics Times Advisory Board, offering his invaluable insight on matters related to HR. As an immediate past president of the National Human Resource Development Network, the largest body of HR professionals in the country. Nathan has steered the HR professional to new heights. Today, he is a prominent partner at Deloitte, where he brings his wealth of expertise to the forefront with a primary focus on advisory and enterprise development. His journey through Deloitte has been nothing short of exceptional. Previously, he served as the Chief Human Resource Officer of Deloitte South Asia, where he was an integral part of the Indian leadership team. Additionally, he held a prestigious position on the talent executive leadership of Deloitte Asia Pacific, solidifying his influence on a global scale. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. S.V. Nathan, Partner and Chief Talent Officer at Deloitte. Welcome, sir. Honor to have you here. Look forward to this education, employability in the era of AI.
Good afternoon, everybody. No, I don't expect all of you to respond to me. I was just testing the mic. Instead of saying mic testing, I'm just saying good afternoon. To start with, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to share with you my name. My name is, are you all ready? Okay. Mannargudi Naganatha Subramanya Vaidyanatha Iyer. That's my name. Call me Nathan, not Nathan. No, it's nothing with you. I mean, I worked in an American, very large multinational, and people on the other side of the call would call me, hello, Nathan. And if his name is James, I would say, hi, James. And they would say, no, that is James. I'll say, yeah, Nathan. So nothing against you, my friend. I mean, that happens. Okay. Couple of things. I got 50 slides on a computer. Technology perhaps could not be on my side. So as an audience, you must decide, do I use my slides and put you to sleep, or do I speak and put you to sleep? You decide. Speak. Raise your hand if you say speak. Thank you very much. Sir, you can switch off all of this. This is not needed. I have a huge challenge in front of me. The first challenge is, since morning, you have had outstanding speakers. All of them kept you absolutely glued to what they are saying. Many of them are generals in their subjects. I mean, they are really people who are well experienced. They are outstanding people. Now, after all of these guys, this poor major will have to come and speak to you. Now, I've got to draw all your attention. And so this is what I'm going to do. So the generals have made some general point soldiers. Now the major will make some. Thank you very much. Thank you. A keynote has got to be short, has got to be meaningful, and you got to keep it to time. So these are the 3 essentials. I promise that I will keep to at least one of them, which is to be on time. Time will be defined by me. No, I'm just following in the great footsteps of our previous leaders. Nothing against anybody. I'm going to be speaking about the future of education and employability in the era of AI and automation. And what I'm going to say is, in my entire journey of several years on the planet, in the industry, I've learned that there are a few things that technology cannot teach you. No institution of knowledge can teach you. But in the battlefield of life and professional work, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. So there are a few things that are in common with what the general spoke and what this major is going to speak about. One of which is, if you have to be successful, anybody in this place, you've got to be successful, you've got to have initiative and drive. You need to have initiative and drive. You need to be curious. Why is this happening? You've got to be hugely curious. You've got to be a problem solver. Nobody is going to come to you if you're not a problem solver. So you've got to be a quintessential problem solver. You've got to be a learner. Above all this, you need to have passion. You need to have passion. This morning, we had a 13 or 14-year-old lady who came here and disrupted this whole session in the morning. Do you remember her name? Shagun, correct. What does Shagun mean? Sorry? Good luck. Shagun is good luck. Shagun is something which augurs for what future is about. And that is where this whole session started. This is amazing. Shagun did a fantastic job, disrupted what this whole world is going to see for tomorrow. So, we have almost 40,000 colleges in India. Did you know that? 40,000 colleges. And assuming that you had 1,000 people to any one college, you would know how many lakhs of students you have at any point in time. Do you know the employability rate of those students? A dismal 45%. Which means less than half of those people who study in these portals of knowledge, those people are not employable. So what do organizations do? We bring on those people and then we train them. Today, we will move slightly away from that. Can all the learning happen in these portals of knowledge? Is what people are now attempting. So that's a new wave that is coming up. What does education at large, what does it really do? So if you go to, let's say, IIM Nagpur, and we have the director of IIM Nagpur out here, what happens? Not everybody can go to an IIM, but what do portals of knowledge do? 3 things. Understand what is it about problem solving. You understand a little bit about that. 2, you get a conceptual view of what really happens around you. That's the second thing. Third one is, you learn to be in the weeds and be analytic. So these are the 3 things that you learn when you go to colleges. What AI is going to do is, they're going to change the methodology, they're going to change the access, they're going to take the testing. They would also help people with a lot of things at the palm of their hands. Today, I saw a WhatsApp message. This one is very clear, very cool. It says, you don't even need a phone anymore, because all they have to do is embed a chip, and then you could do this, and then there's a screen that appears on the palm, and then you could ask it questions. Hey, can I have this glass of wine? And possibly you get a response to say, your cholesterol is so-and-so, your this is weight is so-and-so, your BMI is so-and-so. So wine is not what you should have. I think go with whiskey. Yeah? Okay. suppose I move away from all of this and talk about stories. Would you be interested in stories? Shameless people. You come to conferences to listen to stories. Amazing. So I will tell you a story. Years ago, I went in as a general manager of an Indian organization. I expected people would be coming in from great portals of knowledge. But people that I met were undergrads. People had, sir, if you want to take a call, you want to go outside? Gentlemen, you want to take this call? Thank you. The only gift that you can give me is the gift of your attention. So, I went in there. I expected people to be from IIM Ahmedabad. I expected people from XLRI or IIM Nagpur, sir, was not there in those days. Forgive me. And from the best of St. Stephen's and you name all the... No, the people that I met, 12th standard, PUC, people who had... But there was glint in those eyes. There were people who had tremendous amount of energy. I was working late, 10 o'clock at night. I was going to shut my room. I came outside. In the far distance, I saw a light and there was singing. There was a transistor out there and this guy was singing. So I went up to this gentleman and said, what are you doing? I was almost just 7 days old in that place. I went to that guy. I asked him, what are you doing? He says, sir, I'm making payroll slips. There was a cyclostyling machine. People in this audience would never know about a cyclostyling machine. There are few here who would know this. This is a machine which, instead of doing those Xerox and prints and all that, physically you got to put something and you would make copies. The original is going to the individual, second for the file, third for the finance. I mean, you know how it is. And this person was singing. So I said, what is great about this job? And he says, sir, you don't understand. 1 extra zero to a person's payroll make that person very, very happy. And 1 zero less, this person is very dissatisfied. So I have the power of happiness in my hands. I looked at this guy and I said, amazing. And then I said, can you meet me tomorrow in my office? He says, 11 o'clock. I've got to sleep as well. 11 o'clock, he came up. I ushered him into the room. Recognized that I was coming in from one of the top MBA colleges in the country. And I was going to speak to somebody. So what is the first thing that I would ask? As a young guy, I didn't know all these stuff. So I asked him, what's your background? He said, sir, I've done my MBA. I said, where from? I expected it will be from one of these great schools. He said, ABC School of Management. So I said, never heard about this. I said, how will you hear about this? They closed it within a year of my joining. So I said, they closed down that school? Yes. What did you do in your undergrad? What did you do in your BA, BCom? He said, sir, I did BA History. And the way he said BA History was as if he has done this STEM from St. Stephen's. And I looked at him and I said, you did from which college? He named a college, which is not one of those colleges that you would find regular people going to. People who can would get into colleges. People who can't would go into one of these colleges. You have this tiering of colleges. This must be instead not even tier 3, one below that. But he was very proud of that. So I said, what is your percentage? He said, sir, 36%. And the way he said 36% was as if he was wearing some of those epaulets on his shoulder and feeling very proud of this, and 5 different medals, including Visishta Seva medal. And I looked at him. I said, 36%? And he said, sir, if it had been 34%, they'll have to tolerate me for 1 more year. So they cleared me. And just then the phone rang. I was starting to like this guy. The phone rang. I picked up the phone and I said, hello. He said, I'm Sanjay Bhaduri and I'm calling you from Bombay. For the last almost 6 months, you have not had a HR manager. I need somebody by day after tomorrow, Nathan, no excuses. So I said, I have just the right person for you. I've just the right person for you. Take care of him because he is my best. Put the phone down. Then I looked at this guy and I said, gentlemen, will you go to Bombay as the regional manager of human resources? So he said, of course. Of course. So then, I asked him a few other questions. I said, do you know Hindi? Suddenly it occurred to me, you need to know Hindi. Do you know Hindi? So he said, Tora Tora. Which is, there goes my entire beans of what I thought he could do. He said, sir, you don't need Hindi. I'll manage. Don't worry. Guy doesn't know Hindi. He's going into a job that he has no idea about. And then at the door, he just pauses. He said, sir, you're right about this job, right? So I said, of course. And he said, sir, it is 5 levels senior to the role that I hold. I said, I don't much care. I've already decided. Go. He said, what if somebody objects? I said, look, I am the boss. Don't worry, just go. So off he went. Let's park that for a moment. About some 3-4 years ago, I got a telephone call. This was pre-COVID. I got a telephone call from somebody who said, sir, I have a serious problem. I said, what? He said, they're again sending me to Miami. I said, for what? He said, they call out on the best 0.01% performers in the world and give them a real treat with their spouse. So I said, why have you to complain? So he said, they're sending me for the 3rd time, sir. I said, you must be happy. He said, no, same place, Miami. Why can't they send me to Switzerland? So I said, hey, you know what, take it, man. Don't look at gift toss in the mouth. And if you don't want to travel, if they can transfer it to my name, I'll be very happy to represent you. I kept the phone down. My wife was smiling at me, and he says, you seem to be very happy. Now, when wives or spouses ask you, you seem to be very happy, means you do not know the purpose. You're having a grin on your face. And I said, yes. What are you happy about? He says, I'm happy because, I got a call from somebody. He said, what about? So he said, and I explained the entire thing to him. He said, you seem to be very happy. That I understand. He is going to have a jolly out there, but why are you happy about this? I said, I'm very happy about this because many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. Many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. This person, Director of Human Resources for one of the largest multinationals in India, I don't want to reveal his name, city of Bengaluru. I will never forget Mahi in my life. He taught me something that day. He taught me what AI cannot teach us. He taught us what confidence is about. And that is something which is most important. Chinmay, one more story? Yes, one more story. So this happened, this is about, again, pre-COVID times. This was a call which was at 11 o'clock at night. 11 at night, running for an hour from the US, and there were a lot of people on the call, the CEO, the CTO, the COO, the entire C-suite, and all the global leadership was on the call. And they are people very high up in the hierarchy. What were they to decide? On a simple matter, some software engineer belonging to the firm went over to the US, fell ill, had encephalitis, which is brain fever. Brain fever means there is no chance that the person is ever going to survive. They had taken him to the best of hospitals in the US, didn't work. The choice was to either put the person in hospice, which is just a very nice way of saying, okay, you can waste away another 6 months, and then, thank you, you go meet your maker. The other alternative was to bring him to India, which again meant that you have to take the person in an air ambulance, which cannot stay in the air for more than 5 hours. It's got to again deplane in some port, some airport, and then the doctors will have to check whether he is again worthy of the next step. And that was. It's going to cost the organization a lot of money, but I don't think people are worried about that. They were very worried that he may not even survive the journey. Here in India, you had one person, his wife, who says, in India, we may not have all the best of doctors that you have in the US, but we have handled more cases of encephalitis ever anywhere on the planet. So there is a chance that he may survive. Please send him to India. Pros, cons, this, that. This whole discussion went on for 58 minutes. At the end of 58 minutes, the decision was made by the CEO, who pretty much said, ladies and gentlemen on the call, it's very clear this person would have to be sent to a hospice, and that is it. And we just have to inform the wife. Suddenly there was a voice that spoke up. This voice said, hello, if this person had been in India, the person would be alive. If this person had been in India, the person would be alive. This person went to the US because there was some general out there who said, I need this soldier to be there. This person followed instructions. He went into the battlefield, and there he was injured. And he's critically injured on that battlefield. Does it not behove of us to take that person who is injured on the battlefield and send him home? Ladies and gentlemen on the call, let us send the soldier home. Let us send the soldier home. There was a pause, almost 30 seconds. At the end of it, the boss spoke up and said, yes, I think it's important for us to send the soldier home. Fast forward, the person put in an air ambulance, went through 5 different places, landed in Delhi, went straight into a hospital, and the hospital was already waiting for this person. 6 months later, Alok Gupta walked into the waiting arms of his wife. Hale and hearty. Hale and hearty. I remember this as if this happened yesterday, because the voice that spoke up that day, 2 minutes into time, is speaking to you today. No. This is really not for me. This is because many times I ask myself, do I really have to speak up only when it's a matter of do or die situation? Or can I speak up because of conviction that I hold of what I believe in truly so? And do I not bother about the hierarchy which is there on a call? I speak up because I need to, because this is what I believe in. I'm saying this because technology, AI, and the whole lot of all that we're going to discuss is not going to teach you this. This has got to be learned again by and from leaders. So in conclusion, I believe that what it takes to change what we have in education is, one, have the right faculty, because they are going to be the leaders, and make sure that they have their own development in place. He who can does, he who cannot teaches is not there anymore. The best and the brightest are there because it's one of the noblest professions in the world. But we've got to help them as well. Number 2, make sure that beyond all the case studies that we have had in the past, have proper internships. I heard this morning about what Chitkara does. I think we need to replicate that model and have people in the second years and third years really get into the business side of what they could do as entrepreneurs. And the third one is anything where people can learn to earn, move away, learn and earn is the way to go. And with that, I hope it is a little bit of a fodder for what we have for a fantastic panel coming up. Thank you for your time and attention.
I think we can all stand up for his conversation that he had. He just kept us enthralled. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So from Nathan, I have to bring you to Nathan.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamis.
Sir, my name is Abhishek, sir. Yes, and another one is Abhishek Bachchan is my evil twin. He got Aishwarya, I am single. So we'd like to honor you, sir. First of all, thank you for enthralling us with that beautiful sense of storytelling. We have Harish Patel, the board director for MyAnatomy, and Ganesh Shenoy, sir, again, mentor to MyAnatomy. Sir, you are being awarded with the Beyond Leadership Award, and I think he aptly deserves it. Let's have a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. For the first few minutes, even I was left taking points. Thank you so much. Continuing the conversation, that is the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. I would like to call upon the director of IIM Nagpur, Dr. Bhimaraya Maitri, on stage. Sir, can we have you on the dais, please? You would like to have a conversation and then come in? No, sure. All right, thank you, sir. The dais is all yours.
So you want the handle or are you comfortable with this?
Very good afternoon. So the topic, future of education and employability in the era of AI and autonomous era. So in India, all of you know that Government of India has come out with the National Education Policy 2020, which is a transformation in true sense in entire higher education as well as primary and secondary education in India. And precisely we have 49,000 and odd colleges, 1,200 universities. And as per the National Education Policy, affiliated colleges are going to be universities or degree granting colleges. So going forward, in coming 5 to 10 years, there are going to be more than 50,000 universities or degree granting colleges, and affiliated colleges are going to disappear. For example, Mumbai University has 850 colleges. Now, affiliated colleges, they are not going to be there as affiliated college. They are going to be either university or degree granting college. So this is going to be a huge phenomenal change in higher education space. When it comes to employability, I start with keeping end in mind. When it comes to employability, the Indian higher education space, the major reforms have been brought for employability. One is all these universities are going to be, our institutions are going to be autonomous. And lot of autonomy is going to be given. Regulation is going to be light. And regulation is going to be extremely light, and lot of autonomy is given. And those who violate, they are going to be taken very seriously and tightly it is managed. So in this kind of context, government has come out with the National Credit Framework, the skilling as well as the academic knowledge, and the third component they added, that is called as a experiential learning. Because going forward, the skills are going to be a fixed life. For example, earlier days, once you learn, forever you used to do the job, you never go back to college. But nowadays, because of the disruption, because of the technological disruption, changes happening very fast, and you don't know what business is going to disappear 2 to 3 years down the line and what new businesses are going to come. So in this context, since skills are going to have a self-life, the philosophical mind is going to play a very, very important role, because institutions are going to prepare change masters to lead the unknown roles in unborn companies. So in this context, the pedagogy is going to be entirely different. That is what Nathanji was suggesting. The earlier pedagogy, maybe a PPT, all of you know that power corrupts and PowerPoints corrupts more. So the PPT kind of education is going to disappear, and only case method is also not going to be there. It is going to be experiential learning, or phenomena-based learning is going to take place in future. So therefore, employability means we have to prepare a growth mindset for the students, not the fixed mindset. And for that purpose, all the professional colleges, government is going to introduce as a part of NEP a department called Liberal Arts, Sociology and Humanity. So that is going to build the philosophical mind, and that is going to help a growth mindset. So this is how employability is going to play a very, very important role as a part of NEP, and that is going to be one of the important outcome of national education policy. And all of you know that in India today, all the premier institutions, whether IIMs, IITs, or some of the premier NITs and few central universities, employment is not at all an issue, because the kind of pedagogy, kind of rigor that automatically taken care. But in other places, as a part of NEP, that is going to come. Now, if you look at the future of education is going to be entirely different. If I talk about higher education space, it is going to be future education going to be not, brick and mortar kind of things. It is going to be a blended learning. So it is high tech and high touch kind of universities are going to come. We call them as a smart universities. Future belongs to smart universities and high tech and high tech kind of universities. Lot of digital design and digital delivery is going to take place in future. So that is a kind of university. Probably some of the universities you can't see, but that is going to deliver best of the best education. Like Singapore, DBS Bank of Singapore, nobody knows where it is located in Singapore, but it provides the best service as a smart bank. So universities are also going to be like that. So this is a kind of new future for higher education space. When it comes to the employability and higher education together, globally the changes are happening, and with reference to AI and generative AI, chat GPT, 3D printing, they are going to change the world, and it is going to affect higher education space also, or even all education space. And as and when disruption takes place, the changes are going to take place. All of you know that during COVID, everybody has changed. Education sector also changed, and online became mainline and mainline became offline during COVID. So these are the changes, they keep on happening. And when it comes to AI and generative AI, they are going to create unemployment. I think that is not true. If you look at the 1990, when the computer came, people were talking about India was a labor-intensive country. So the unemployment will come when computers are allowed. And that was not true. And now also, these all the technological disruptions, they are not going to create unemployment, but only thing that skilling, reskilling, upskilling, or lifelong learning is going to be a mandatory for everybody, even those who are graduate, those who are working, everybody has to learn, and perpetual learners are going to lead the world. So that is what change is going to happen. Otherwise, probably driverless cars, Tesla is going to bring. It doesn't mean that drivers are going to be jobless. They have to learn something new and get into new job. So this is a kind of change going to come into picture. You keep on changing the job. Somebody has predicted in lifetime people are going to change around 16 to 20 times job in a lifespan of 70 to 80 years. So these are the changes keep on coming, and as time changes, everybody keep on changing and they keep on adjusting. And what we predict today, that is not going to be tomorrow, because what we thought 15 years back impossible, today it is possible. And today what we think impossible, that is going to be possible few years down the line. So this is the kind of world we are going to live in. Thank you very much. I have to catch the flight, and thank the Chinmaya for giving the time and speaking to you. Thank you very much.
Sir, we'll request you to stay on stage because we need to offer you, we would like to anoint you with our Stellar Leadership Award, sir. It is our honor, and I would like to call upon the Chief People Officer at Tally, Mr. Nagan Gowda SJ. Can I have a round of applause as he joins us, please? Thank you, sir, for taking time out to be here with us. He flew in, and it's with great sadness that we'll not have him through the course of the day. All right, so I see a few people have disappeared. I think we'll get them back. Chinmay sir, are we carrying our AK-47? We need to use it outside. Yes. Yes, I was just coming to that. What I wanted to ask was, sir, we could request the people outside to join us, please. So we could send in any of our team members. So, ladies and gentlemen, many of you would be shocked to know this, but I'm also, I happen to be an engineer, sir, just to let you know. The reason being, during my engineering, I actually got into public speaking to fund my project, which was a rocketry-based project. Yes, so I researched strength of materials, I researched chemistry, I researched the aeronautic, the principles for flight, and I designed something which when I asked a certain set of people, I want to fly it, they said, we don't give permissions. Go apply with the fire department, civil aviation, and from there, and in the end I was told by someone from the local police station, don't get too much in the news, you'll get kidnapped someday, we'll have trouble. I'm like, okay. So whenever something related to space, rocketry especially comes in, I get very, very happy and interested. Ladies and gentlemen, I yet remember, I don't know if you know, Principles of Rocketry. There's a book, George B. Sutton, 700 pages. It has all the basics of rocketry. And I happen to have read it. It took me 3.5 years to understand the whole book, and a part of it yet goes over my head, especially the maths. And when you look at our history of our country, when we started, have you ever seen those pictures of how ISRO started? Do you know that the Rohini rocket was also named after a nakshatra Rohini, and the reason being Rohini is the only nakshatra that keeps going up in the constellation, and all the nakshatras follow it downwards. That's the reason it was even named Rohini. Very few people know this. And the first rocket, of course, was with assistance of the USA. And then part of it later on, we got USSR support, but they actually gave us the impetus. But you know how it was? We took it on a bullock cart and on a cycle. Our first satellite actually went on a bullock cart. If that's not a bullock cart, but I don't think it had any proper vehicle. And I've tried working with propellants and things like this, so I understand the kind of pain and hard work those guys have gone through. Geniuses of their time with no money, a country which had a disillusioned state looking towards science because it was an expenditure and money was hard to come by. And today, you know, a few days ago, or I think when Chandrayaan 1 or 2 didn't work, they actually said, oh, India wants to enter the space club, the elite club with a cow. Did you see that? How many of you saw that meme they created, the cartoon they created? Remember that all our lives. Remember that. Never let that be erased from our minds. Forget everything else, but don't forget that. Because we then showed them their place. They can make movies, and we take half that amount of money and land, and we push ourselves to Mars. So I'm very proud of what we are today. And it gives me immense pleasure. I want all of you to sit up in your seats, perk up your ears, because the conversation that's coming on the stage is, again, as we told you, it's just not going to be AI, technology, and getting, you know, information. We wanted to bring in entertainment. We wanted to bring in eminent speakers so that when you go away from here, you actually are enriched with a 360-degree view of what's happening around the world. And that's what my next speaker brings to us. Ladies and gentlemen, his topic, if I've understood correctly, I didn't get time to have a conversation. Do you know that some of our best, how many of you look at the weather? How do we get it? Radar. Does anybody know the full form? No? How many of you know what's radar for? Radio. I'll give you the first clue. No? How many engineers in the house? How many electronic engineers in the house? Let the computer guys have some fun now. How many electrical and electronic engineers in the house? Okay. So coming back from the jokes. So he's going to have a conversation with us. And ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, he's regarded as the father of the RISAT series of radar imaging satellites. He has been instrumental in pushing India towards achieving our own space independence and self-reliance. His expertise have contributed in the realm of synthetic aperture radar, SAR technology, that has been instrumental in the success of the RISAT-1, RISAT-2, and the Chandrayaan-2. His work in developing the Ka-band radio altimeter played a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth and precise landing of Chandrayaan-3. Those of you who don't know, there is a semi-altimeter even within your own mobile phones. Semi, I would not say the full way. His influence extends to the development of satellites like the OceanSat-1 and 2, where he's played a crucial role in the creation of various components. His role as the lead designer of the NASA-ISRO dual frequency, that's SAR is again the synthetic aperture radar, the NISAR mission, which is a testament to his global impact and recognition. His service as a senior advisor to the chairman of ISRO, where his wisdom and guidance have been invaluable in shaping the course of India's space endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you on your feet. Give him a big round of applause, as I would like to call upon the former Director, Space Application Center, ISRO, the founder of the SIR radar, Shri Tapan Mishra, on stage. Let's give him a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Honored to have you on the dais, sir. And thank you so much for making our country proud. And may we have the clicker, please? Clicker.
Let me introduce myself. I was the least educated director of two ISRO centers. In fact, one PhD guy came and told me, how come only a person with a bachelor degree is sitting on the chair of Vikram Sarabhai? And I said, that is fate. And in the course of my journey, I was more like a river. I was quite an impromptu person who changed. And what many people told me, you are doing a grave mistake. But again I changed and got into newer and newer things. So that's why I thought I changed the title. You can go back and change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and change the ending. And that has been my motto. I studied in 2 Ramakrishna Mission schools. What is great thing about that, in one school had a 25% orphans, and another school had a 25% blind students. And you have to have one orphan or one blind student as your roommate. And that teaches you that the life when you build a team, everybody need not be excellent. You can still build a team who are deficient in something or some part of life. And I was fortunate to study in the JNU of Kolkata, or JNU is the Jadavpur University of Delhi, because it's a very politically active and intellectually active and with a bright professors. And what I understood, and if I look back there, those days, actually the curriculum gives you knowledge, but your personality building comes from human interaction. And the colleges, human interaction, not in labs. Because when you meet in Adda or Chai Ka Dukan, then you don't have a difference and you argue and counter-argue. You learn the power of putting your views in a more logical and acceptable fashion. And that is where the personality is built. And you get this learning subsequently. And just since it's a lot of HR professionals gathered, I just let you know that I was for 10 years the question setter of ISRO. And I chaired the recruitment board, and I chaired the whole recruitment processes also for 3 years. And I can take small credit of ISRO success in recent years because we have chosen the right people. Because our choice of people were never on the whether they give the right answer, but our choice was based on whether they are going through a right approach. That was the question. In fact, I will tell you that just since I started this, that I have established a radar company with a motto: we will build the better than the best radars in the world. We are not a second grader people, but we will make the better than the best. And it will be coming from India. And our selection of people based on not on graduation degree, but on the grasping power. So I have selected for radar engineer, architecture student, mathematician, physicist, electronics engineer, and even a media specialist, because I found his grasping power was superior than any other thing. And because of my long experience, I can detect whether the person can grasp a very totally unknown things. Because in the days of artificial intelligence, the real intelligence is actually becoming rarer and rarer. And that is where we have to tap nowadays. I was in Kharagpur IIT. I was actually not a very bad student. I had an All India rank of 82 in IIT. I was in Kharagpur IIT, but I thought to becoming a mathematician, so I left it. I came to, then my father said, you will spend your life being a primary school teacher. So he forced me to go to Jadavpur University. And because I stood a joint entrance rank of first, so they get me what branch you want. My father said electronics, so I became electronics engineer. And when I didn't want to join ISRO because it was that time ISRO was not known that much. And it was the lowest paid job of 3 jobs I had. One was Jensen Nicholson to become executive assistant to Arun Nehru. Second was Hindustan Computer Limited, and the lowest salary was a 650 rupees basic of ISRO, engineer SB. And I actually want to buy tickets for Bangalore. Actually, I was supposed to join the School of Automation after the GATE exam in IISc, but for some reason or another, I bought the ticket of Ahmedabad instead of Bangalore, and I became a space scientist. That's a, but that time, the ISRO was very snooty, not like today's. ISRO was snooty because there has to be people, top echelon was MIT, Stanford, Caltech. Then lower down, they used to have an IIT students, for that MTech students, mostly PhD or BTech. And non-IIT BTechs were the least. In fact, I was the lonely fellow there. And there was no taker. There was a very two prestigious jobs, INSAT and IRS. There was a new budget, the big buildings and everything. And they were starting a small department called hardly any funding, that is for radar remote sensing. And they pushed me there because I was an odd man out, pushed me. And the group was staffed with a lot of odd men, union leaders, people who did not go well with other departments. And it's an education for me, the team which was built with people who did not fit the system, they became the most proliferate innovators of ISRO. And they built today the most complex electronics ever built in India. I think none of it is not IITs, IISc or anybody. It is that team of leftover people who made it. So we were given a job, Even the Nachiketa has asked his father, Uddala, why are you donating the cows who don't have the teeth? They're already old. So when we went, because this is an odd man out, so we were given a Marconi radar from Indian Navy, which was not working, obviously. Had it been working, they would not have given to us. And they told, you repair it and fly it. And my boss was NS Pillai, and we repaired it, flown it. We are very excited, from flying on a DC-3 at a height of 10,000 feet without any pressurization, and we are getting images of approximately 3 to 5 kilometers and with a resolution of 150 to 250 meters, and come back, and the bosses used to tell, see, what is this? This IRS image gives you 23-meter resolution from 840 kilometer height. Look at it. What is the difference? You cannot, this will not go. So then we are the 5th country in the world to build synthetic aperture radar. And to be precise, in India till today, in my 30 years of career, 37 plus career, nobody else could build a synthetic aperture radar in India. It is supposed to be one of the topmost radar. In fact, if you know synthetic aperture radar, all other radars are subsets. And it's a heavy computation intensive. It needs a signal processing and all. We built airborne radars, and we are actually the 5th people in the country. We are flying in Beechcraft. And most interesting, the first radar we built, actually that's data processing used to be done by some other set of people. And the motion compensation was not correct. And for some reason or another, hardly 1/10 of the data used to be good one. In fact, while collecting data, we have to pray. Today the data should come good. Because and I was hawking RISAT to the top management. And top management like a chairman, Rangan and all, and they are always surrounded with advisors with a pins in their hand. They will prick anybody who comes very near, comes with new ideas. So there these fellows are pricking, the big man people, that they see these fellows could not process a good airborne radar images, and they want to go for a spaceborne SAR. And it was my existential dilemma. In fact, finally, I actually were not, because we were supposed to be hardware guys, not bolt and all those things, instrument, but not computers. We are not worth the computers. So we had no facilities. And I talked to the CMC general manager in Ahmedabad, Apte Saab. I said, he just brought for demonstration some 8 CPU Xeon machine. I requested him to donate me for a month. Then after a month, he came to ask for it. I told him the Kishore Kumar story. Somebody asked payment from Kishore Kumar. Kishore Kumar went to the bathroom, brought out a test tube, a toothpaste tube, and pressed it to take out all the test paste. Then he asked that fellow, please put it back in the toothpaste. I said, our situation is like that. You gave it to us. I cannot give it to you till my job is over. But we developed a new set of motion compensation algorithm. It is one of the... What I realized that everybody uses, there's a pod stabilization system, but we said, why to make complicated? We did the other way around. Mathematically, the flight track made it orthogonal to that antenna direction, and we made it, and you can look at the superb images. And I remember that when I went to Rangan to show him, and he was holding a 23 crore budget for the initial phase 1 development cost of RISAT. The moment he saw the images, he threw that file and asked S.K. Das, our additional secretary, I have signed, get it cleared. That is how the ISRO used to function those days. And another interesting thing, our first, before radar, we were asked to make radiometer, a cheaper one. And while making radiometer, that radiometer has to be tested with a black body object. And you'll be surprised from J.C. Bose's day till 1998, not a single lab in India built a microwave black body radiator. And to our surprise, in fact, we were supposed to buy from UK Met. It is 8.5 crores. And imagine the radiometer project was costing 7.5 crores. It went to Dr. George Joseph, who was the director. He called me. I was a mostly software and microwave guy. He put that file in the dustbin and said, you build it. And, it's surprising. And later on, I learned how to build it, get it productionized, and it was so heavy. And we built India's first black body operating in a microwave. And it is a cryogenic. It was operating up to 78 degree Kelvin, up to the boiling point of nitrogen. There is even in ISRO, and it is actually in India. Anything, Americans had not done, then Indians cannot do. That is the general philosophy. We go to buy armament. We can blame DRDO for many things, but say your equipment is not as good as IAI, or this is not as good as Rafale, it is not as good as this one. And it is everywhere. Everywhere. And that was on ISRO also. Somehow that was an idea. If NASA, ESA has done, then we have a confidence to redo it. And what 99 I proposed, that we'll build a radar, synthetic aperture radar, will be the better than the best. And it will be built by brown people. That is the last line I wrote. In fact, Dr. Kasturi Rangan got very irked on it, on a 3-page note, that it will be built by brown people. And we kept it. We made it the synthetic, and we did a huge amount of, you'll be surprised that it has an electronics of approximately 1,400 subsystems on a 6 by 2 meter antenna. There was a 6,000 connectors, 3,000 RF connectors, 6,000 digital connectors. There is a 30 kilometer of cabling, RF cabling, and that was made, and it worked flawlessly, and its 90% components were commercial and made in India and in a facilities which were rejected by everybody, including DRDO. What we brought first time that a polarimetry in a C-band. It is a first, we changed this polarimetry itself to hybrid polarimetry. It is a new concept which was introduced. And we also built a synthetic aperture radar first time in C-band giving better than 1 meter resolution. In fact, I am happy to inform this one of our surgical strike, this radar was used for that operation. And not only that, we built it, the 10 kilometer by 100 kilometer spotlight SAR, where the global next best SAR was from the Israelis, which we bought from them, that had only 5 by 5 kilometer. You can see it is only 1/10 of that image you can see on this comparison there. And okay. And you can see the type of images it has come. And, they say PMs don't meet that actual person who is working, who made it. But at that time, our PM Manmohan Singh asked me to meet him. And to my surprise, compared to all the, I was stunned by his intelligence and his knowledge and the wide spectrum. I was surprised why we are not seeing that personality in public spaces. And he had a phenomenal memory. It has still aged with me, and his knowledge and his grasping ability. And we built also this next stage of reconnaissance satellites of RISAT-2B series. We have built a 2R in the operation, and they are helping our security friends in a much better way today. They don't have to depend on other countries. And since I cannot show data from India, so I have showed it from Malaysia. You can see the intricate detail, though it is put down in a very coarser resolution, but you can see the intricate details. And that's we built the Chandrayaan-2. It's a very interesting story because in Chandrayaan-1, I wanted to make a synthetic aperture radar. In fact, I bid for it on part of our team, and we could not get, because everybody said it has to be a foreign collaboration, and so be it. So it had happened. In Chandrayaan-2, automatically it would have gone to that heritage to be, the space people maintain heritage. So that heritage to be maintained, and the UR Rao was the committee chairman. I was determined to get it. And the NASA proposal was in L-band, and we went, to ward me off. They had one radar was weighing 11.5 kg. So UR Rao asked me, you make it two polarized, two frequency. I said, yes, L and S. Okay. Then he said, it should be fully polarized. I said, the hardware will end up in 4 times. He said, yes, you have to make it 4 times. Then he, after thought, he said, you make it in 15 kg. I also said, yes. And he had no other way to go. He agreed for this. And I came back. I was almost lynched by my colleagues, 2 synthetic apertures for Chandrayaan mission. We built it. And the last radar we built at a 950 kg mass and a 16.5 kg. And, surprise of surprise, our colleagues, my colleagues, they rose to the occasion, built one of the most miniature synthetic aperture radar, and it is still operating. You can go to ISRO sites, how beautifully it has found out the craters, the water inside, and all of those things. But what interesting thing happened, that NASA, at no time NASA chief visited India, ISRO. The reason is, if you go, they will always say, we are 50 years ahead of you. Let us be very frank, that is not. NISAR, NASA, ISRO SAR, which will be flying next year. And, that's the most important thing. It will give information of every 8 days, whole solid mass over the globe, that this any height variation of 2 millimeter will be detected. And presently, as I told, I am on a mission to build a 32 satellite constellation of L and P band synthetic aperture radar. And what we'll build is one of the topmost technology, which will be nobody is having at a 1 meter resolution in L band, which can, and it will penetrate through the ground, and it will penetrate through the foliage and all. And we have already made a drone-based synthetic aperture radar. And you can see the type of images it has. And we have also got the IDEX challenge. Recently, the Prime Minister's challenge we won. And it's a very prestigious win to support Indian Air Force. And we'll be providing the imaging services, which will give you not only see the surface through the foliage, it will see below the ground up to a 10-meter depth. It will see that. And also, we are making a very, very sophisticated, it is nowhere there in the world. There's a very sophisticated GPR, which we tested in mines, where every piece of metal we could detect. We have a new concept. We are upgrading it to drone-borne one, which will be for military application, for mining, and all applications, and will give you resolutions of less than a meter with a depth up to 80 meters. And, we started operation hardly one year and 3 months, because after the COVID only we could start. We recruited people hardly for 1 year. And today we have come to this. And one good thing, it's a very deep tech. No VCs were ready to fund. If you say you are going to make better than the best, nobody believes. ऐसा हो नहीं सकता है. हमारा पैसा पानी पे जाएगा. But then, there are much wiser classmates, my school classmates, who are wiser than me, so they made good amount of money. So they have invested, and that is how this company has come up. My observation is that ISRO, China and India, the per capita GDP was almost same. And only the Deng Xiaoping started in 1984, and you see that after 10 years, their growth rate started increasing. And we started in 1994, and also another 10 years, we also started going up. But what happened is subsequently, China's growth rate went very steep ahead, and India's has not picked up. We may all talk a lot of things, global things. My understanding is that China did not do one wise thing. They did not invest in software. And we went to build software, capture the software market, and because it's a high-paying salary, and it just sucked away talents for all branches, all metallurgists, chemical engineers, civil engineers, electronic engineers. You tell a physicist, mathematics, everybody wanted to become software. And not that, with all due, it has generated a huge amount of employment, high quality employment. I have no doubt about it. And it has built the digital economy. Though many of this digital economy, significant part is made by the government software companies who pay the low salary. But it killed the core engineering and stifled the deep tech engineering, the price we are paying. What you seeing today, the government's approach, the correction of this process. And by 2025, we'll have a new economic order. That is what is expected. Corona, Ukraine war, Israel war, and all this is a process towards denormalization of the present geopolitical and geoeconomic scenario. And that is where see the government's effort in Atmanirbhar and all. You will be surprised that China also started a similar program. Exactly what the programs we are doing. So this is all you will see. And Another one, what is the difference with ISRO, my experience, is our family, education, working, everywhere, we started, insisting on, independent thought, independent working, independent mindset. But what ISRO has mastered, they have valued interdependence, and which is a key to teamwork with a flawless precision. And this interdependence we have not taught in our industry. It is everywhere, it is a, मैं अकेला ही राजा, बाकी सब खाजा. ऐसा ही है. But that we can work together, we can have a different intellectual level can work together, different financial levels can work together. That has not been established there. And that is what made the big difference in success of ISRO. And we do not see such matching success even in the government funded or in the private sector. One of the most important things what ISRO has mastered, if you say the whole cosmos is governed by the second law of thermodynamics, even the life has come from the second law of thermodynamics. And I feel that any institution is also governed by the second law of thermodynamics. The most efficient institutions will have the least noise, least entropy, so they have the least information. So the most efficient organizations will not generate new ideas because they have the least entropy and least information. And the most inefficient systems, like, this IITs or IISs, they generate a lot of entropy, but that they are not converted to proper informational product. But ISRO has mastered at different level to grab what is the new knowledge is created and converted to the product. So just to see, let's say, we have started launching rockets of such a poorer level, and from that we have went into all the branches of space technology, and that is possible because ISRO has put managerial levels at different levels to spot new type of knowledge created, new type of skill created, and that how to convert into new product. It is the most efficient Carnot cycle of thermodynamics we have established. And another thing, if I put up this photograph, everybody knows it's Divarka. Mera paas maa hai, that story. But you will not know this person. He is actually Dr. S. Srinivasan, who is the father of today our cryo engine. And he has done a seminal work, and he died very untimely death. Lot of issues are suspected, but then we do not know. The country which doesn't respect its knowledge, its people with knowledge cannot go. You see the difference in why everybody asks why we were delayed from US 50 years, because our psychological and social priorities were different. And that, another most important thing, if you see the ISRO, has hardly today's date, our catchment area is the small colleges, very far away places. The students are coming. And mostly it's the government engineering colleges, NITs, IISER, or private engineering colleges. And surprisingly, we're performing much better than that. It doesn't mean that the IITs are not contributing. It only means, it gives me satisfaction that our technology knowledge route has actually gone deeper, which we are not respecting and which we are not properly harnessing. That is my understanding. Oh, this is a Bengali poetry from Neeraj Chakrabarti. And it says, have you stumbled on your way? Get up. When you stumble, you are noticed by a few. If you stand up again, you will be noticed by the whole world. So we should not get bogged down by the failure. Failure will have a very bad name sometimes. But if you rise like a phoenix from a failure, and you will be respected very widely. This is many of the companies today. I see the startups from small failure, they throw out the things. And okay. So I stop here. And thank you for your kind attention. And there was all indication from both sides, cut down, cut down, cut down.
I was actually paying more happy attention to the...
Thank you. I said both directions. That doesn't mean that you are the director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll request you to please stay on the dais, and I'll request Talis Rizvi, sir, to join us on stage. We'd like to honor you with a Lifetime Achievement Award, sir, for your contributions towards making our country great. Please give him a round of applause. Come on, everybody, give him a bigger round of applause. I'll just give you a clue. There was a movie in which there was a song. Aana mere pyar ko, na tum jhoota samjho jana. I can't sing for nuts. The last time I sang, the electricity board cut my electricity at home. Okay. Another time I sang, the watchman from the nearby graveyard came in and said, "Sir, they're complaining." So I can't sing. But there was a song which was Aana mere pyar ko jhoota na samjho jana. There's a clue in this. You'll get to know what it is. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, how many of us dream of writing a book? Raise your hands. How many of us have written a book? Raise your hand. Okay, I can have one. And 5, 6, which I plan to write, and God knows when it will happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to share as a form of inspiration today a case of a very young boy, so young that at his age and at my time, we were only thinking of bicycles and climbing trees. And at his age today, a lot of them would be on their iPads and computers. But here is a boy who comes up and writes his own book. He's just in class 7. He's just 12 years old, and he's a published author. The name of his book is Interstellar Ties and Empathy. Boy, you are going to go great places. And I'm going to call him up on stage and let him share some insights about it. Can I have a round of applause for Prem Swaroop? Whenever... All right, come, welcome, boy. How are you? Come here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I wanted to tell you that I did not do this all alone. I've had help from many people. I would like to thank my parents, grandparents, everyone that I've met for helping me shape the story of this book. I would also like to thank Ms. Dia and Mr. Vasudev for helping me publish this book and bring it to life. So before I start, I would like to give a brief about my grandfather, whom the book is dedicated to. And until the age of 11, I had my grandfather with me, who loved me a lot. He told many stories of love and compassion since the beginning, and he was very fond of writing articles, and he was also very fond of sharing his thoughts to the world. He wanted me to help him spread his message to the world, and unfortunately, he had joined God last year, September, which is what brings me here, and I wanted to use his article writing skills and storytelling skills to make something of my own. So, about the book itself, it's about friendship of two alien beings who encounter on a planet, and they try to understand each other, though they have this different cultures and languages, but they still forge a friendship and sail across the cosmos and remain as beacons of hope, love, and compassion. So thank you.
Thank you again. So it was almost, I think, July this time. This year he said that he would want to write a book. I actually wanted to write a lot of books, but then I did not have time. But obviously, a lot of excuses the way I had. The only thing that I said, it's not very easy. He took this as a challenge, and then he did this. And then best part is beyond just helping him to kind of modify some bit of information, but otherwise, entire my family has not done anything. It's his own this thing. So great to see that at his age, people. In fact, I should say we have Vijay here, whose son is 1 year younger to him, and he is getting inspired and he is writing a book. I'm sure we will see that book launch next year. So I think it's about what we can do. There's no limit to what we can do actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Give him a round of applause here. I'm like, when we are at your age, we only wanted to have a black book when we would grow up with some names in them. When you're of a little higher age, you'll understand. Those who laughed actually never got to write the book. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation on stage, but before that, I want to give you another clue. There is a haunted doll, and it's so famous. In real life, it's supposed to be haunted, and they made movies about it. Does anybody know which movie? Annabelle. I thought you'll say my neighbor's name. So your second clue is that. So the first clue was Aana Mere Pyar Ko. Next clue is Annabelle. So good, you're paying attention. 3 people are paying attention, the rest have dozed off. Ladies and gentlemen, before that happens on stage, why I've been just building up this mystery, I would like to first of all call upon our partner for the startup ecosystem, the startup ecosystem partner Anthropy, for giving away the Startup Excellence Awards. Can I have a big round of applause for Dinanath Harapana Halli on stage. Welcome, sir. He's our partner and he nurtures startups. Thank you, sir. Welcome on stage.
Anything. This is okay? All right. I know it's been a long day and probably will stretch a little bit, so I will do my part to keep that within the time limits. So a little bit of background on what we are doing here. But before that, it's been a fascinating day. Chinmay and team, you guys have put together a lot of good content, and I think the stretch of time is probably a reflection of the fact that there is a lot of good content and we didn't have enough time to cover all that. I've been dabbling into this startup environment. I was a corporate animal earlier and then quit and started focusing on the entrepreneurial ecosystem for a few years now. And it's a fascinating time in the history and the evolution of this country. Right? India has always been winning. India has been winning, obviously, in the battlefields, thanks to you, sir. all the great guys who keep our borders, intact, even though we didn't do a good job, before that. Now we are. That's great pride. and all the way down to this little boy here. Forget writing a book. At your age, I didn't even know how to read in English. So you come a long way. And what we are noticing is that, there is a great heritage to this country. And in fact, I personally have commissioned researchers to go back into the old texts, and not just the spiritual, but science and math. And we taught this world what is now, my apologies, whoever is this? Is this for me? If so, they didn't tell me how to use it, so it's okay. So the very fact that makes the current India tick, the IT and the algorithmic knowledge behind that, actually originated from this country. Actually the guy on whom the algorithm word is named, Al-Khwarizmi, traveled all the way back from what is now the current Kazakhstan to India, learned all the math. And in a good way, India was the beacon of education right from the beginning. Went to what is the present-day Iraq and set up a school in math. And at that time, he wrote a book called Hisab al-Hind, so the methods of Hindus. And as it happens in that part of the world, that entire place got burned down. And along with that, the book was lost for nearly 300 years. And then somebody found a small copy of that in somebody's home around that area. So they reproduced that book. And then it was named Kitab al-Hind, the book of Hindus, which then starting with the Portuguese and the Spaniards and the French and the British, they actually learned the math from that and gave the word the notation that is called the Hindu-Arabic numerals. It was actually right from this country. And his name was Al-Khwarizmi, and the word algorithm is from his name. But everything he learned, right from the measurements, the math, the calculation of the compound interest, the geometric progressions, the algebra, the trigonometry, you name it, that was there in that book, at least 1,000 years before that guy. So India has been winning, we just didn't know it. And I think fast forward to today, suddenly the world has gotten up and taken notice of the great things that are happening. And obviously, with all the history coming to a point where we are right now, there are lots of problems to solve in this country. We have a great set of opportunities, and the reason we have a great set of opportunities is because we have a great set of problems. And there are people who are solving these problems, not just the people sitting in shiny offices and getting an order from some corner of the world and doing it and making a lot of money. Nothing against that. That's a great, living as long as you're doing an honest day job. But there are people who are outside of the shiny offices, out in the field, identifying the problems that this country has, finding not just the problem there, but finding an opportunity to solve that problem and building a very, very viable business out of that. Those are what we call as entrepreneurs. So I've been working with these sets of people for a really long time now, and I admire these guys day in and day out. They don't get a fraction of the money that these corporate people get. They don't get even a minute part of the reward and recognition that the corporate people get. They still go out and do a lot of good things. That is when we decided, when Chinmay asked me to do something here, and I said, let's start the practice of recognizing the startups. And I'm very glad, Chinmay, you and your team did a fantastic job in identifying them, bringing them here. So we have, I may get the count wrong, but we have 6, and we'll get all of them here. You can get the slide up here. So this was the method, and I know we are short of time, but it is there for you to read. But there was a very systematic process of collecting the data about these startups. We work with thousands of these startups, so we have a lot of information about them. And if any of you are interested, I think Jay Chaudhary mentioned this earlier in the day-to-day, with the India Startup Foundation and with the Entrepreneur Digital Platform that we work with a lot of startups. If any of you are interested in supporting the startups, being a startup, helping a startup, investing in the startups, let us know. We are very happy to get you onto the ecosystem and the platform. So that being the set of criteria, right? Hundreds and hundreds of startups were evaluated, and we said we'll pick the 6 that make most sense. So there were 3 categories: rising star, innovation category, and then there was a trailblazing category, and a visionary impact category, right? So, there you go. Rising star, innovation, trailblazer excellence, and visionary impact. So we have 4 in the category of rising star. These are the companies that are doing fantastic work behind the scene, solving some of the core problems this country has. We have, and this point has come out in many different ways today, we are a country of 1.5 billion people, yet the companies don't find enough talent. Now solve this paradox for us. Right? There are startups who are solving this paradox. And right here you'll see some of them. And the talent is not just in the engineering colleges, in the medical colleges, the scientists and such. Talent is everywhere. Talent is in sports, talent is in culture, talent is in society. Talent is in areas where you may not initially think about finding a good talent. And all those are great resources for us to build an economy that actually will take us to the point that where everybody is now talking about this being the India century. And India century won't be the India century without the Indians of this type, right? So here they are. Without taking too much time, let me start calling this out. The rising star innovation first would be the hiring hood, the guys who are actually solving the talent problem, not the talent problem, the access to the talent problem. So the way he described, Sharath, please come over to the stage. And who would hand this off? Chinmay, you should be on the stage. Chinmay, you should be on the stage. So, to tell a little bit about hiring board, in their words, they are what they call as an ambulance for recruitment. If you need one today, right, you can always get somebody in 1 month, 2 months. If you need somebody today, call them, right? And that, I think, is a great service. So, congratulations for winning, Sharath. Thank you, Chinmay. You continue to stay on the stage. Well done, guys. Keep it growing.
I would like you to give it, sir.
Okay.
You'll announce? I would take the opportunity to announce.
What it means is I wasn't doing as good a job as,
No, I think that job you would do better than what I am doing. So, so before that, Entropy has been very instrumental in helping, in the jury and the panel and identifying the startups and our ecosystem partner for this event. So Dinanath sir has been very, very supportive in identifying the startups and the problem statements and the solutions. So going back, we have Medvolent, the representatives of Medvolent. I would request you to please join the stage.
I'll tell a little bit about Medvolent. While Vamshi is walking up, I'll tell a little bit about Medvolent. Healthcare is a big problem to solve in this country. All the new healthcare infrastructure is coming up in the cities. All these corporate hospitals, as you know them, obviously big business, a lot of people are interested in it, but who is solving the rural health problem? Or who is helping those who are solving the rural health problem? Vamshi and his company supplies cutting-edge medical technology to the tier 2, tier 3 cities and villages. And the biggest problem to solve there is what happens when this equipment is broken. Imagine somebody is in critical medical care. They need that equipment to be functioning. They call a service engineer, and the multinational companies say it will take you a week to send a service engineer in and fix that. So these guys do that. Well done, Vamshi. So here you go. So go on, guys. Give them a big round of applause. I'm telling you, without these guys, we will not be the country of the century. Well done. Yeah, here you go. Okay, hold it tight. Well done.
The next award goes to Stake, the Take for Sustainable Future.
All right, while they're coming up, I'll tell a little bit about these guys. They deploy a hardware and a software in any of the electrical networks of residential buildings, more importantly, the industrial buildings, where the energy is optimized. And think about it, we went from a country where we didn't have enough electricity. We became a country where we have increased availability of electricity and the power to a point where we don't care about wasting it, right? So if it will not go sustain that way. So very aptly named sustainable technology. So there, and when everybody is after software, these are actually building fantastic hardware that actually will save 20, 30, 40% of somebody's energy bill, right? And that is money saved for the country. All right, well done. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done.
So under the category of Rising Star Innovation Award, we have Atom State Technologies. The representatives of Atom State Technologies, I would request.
Very good. Yeah.
The representatives from Atom State Technologies, please join.
So everybody knows about ChatGPT, everybody knows all the AI. Here are the guys who actually built AI stuff. That the Indian company whose technology is now being used by the American and the European companies. Fantastic technologies again. You know, they actually can translate a video, a TV piece on the fly. They can distill an entire set of documentation into a few lines of summary. Great technology. You guys are doing a great job. Congratulations. So, cutting edge technology, guys. Give them a good applause.
Next comes the Trailblazer Excellence Awards, and very close to my heart, because every time we a little tired, we wanted our gray cells to be tickled, and here they help us in tickling our gray cells. The native Araku coffee.
So, how many of you have heard of Coorg? And how many of you have heard of Araku Valley? One. A few. Okay. So, unlike the Coorg, very well known, there is a region in Andhra Pradesh, almost the Orissa border, where there's fantastic coffee being grown, just that the world did not know about it. Ram is a guy who went there, spent years and years with the tribals who grow the coffee. They grow a little bit, each farmer. And he takes them to the place where they've never been before. They make money before he makes money. So that's where we believe the impact is, and very well created startup. Ram, very proud of you. Congratulations. Give a good round of applause, guys, please.
Next comes is the Visionary Impact Startup Award, and the award goes to Code Tantra, Mr. Ramana. I have personally taken the demo. It's one among the fantastic platform for all the universities and the students to be self-sufficient, either to teach or to get taught. Mr. Ramana, many more congratulations. We have met many times, and I'm a great fan of you.
Thank you. Yeah, come on this side. So I'll tell a little bit about Code Tantra. You know, you heard Nathan say that around 45% or less are employable. And the reason is, back when we were in engineering, the joke was those who knew went and worked in the industry. Those who didn't came back to college and taught us, right? So we as a country, we have a big, faculty problem. There are not enough good teachers. And these guys solve that problem. They solve the problem of monitor tests, the assessment, the proctor assessment, the teaching, the training. And I myself actually experimented these guys. We took their technology to a school that teaches orphan kids. Now imagine if IITs don't get good enough teachers, what an orphan school would. So we put them, 20 kids, left them with this technology. In 3 months, they could beat anybody in this country in programming. So fantastic technology is making a very big impact, as you mentioned, Chinmay. So well done. Come on, guys. They need encouragement. Go ahead, please. You come in. Thank you very much. Once again, Chinmay and team, very well done. So I hope this practice of recognizing, startups actually encourages a lot more people to come out and start their enterprises, their ventures, and solve big problems for the country. Thanks again. You've been a wonderful audience.
All right, are we ready to have some fun? क्या यार कैसा ऑडियंस है हैदराबाद वाज लाइवली बेंगलुरु ಏನಾಯ್ತಪ್ಪ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. 2 ವರ್ಷ ಹತ್ರ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋ ಹತ್ರ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ದರ್ಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. And then some people told me, why don't you get back to radio again? So I was like, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ, ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಡಾ 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 ಡಾ. Yeah, thank you. So I was talking about Anna. You know why? चिन्मय सर come here. अरे इधर डरो मत सर, मैं डायनासोर जैसा दिखता हूं, मैं हूं नहीं. No, you will not make you the puppet. We'll try to do what our next artist does. You know how to throw your voice? He's like, check चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए, चुपचाप वरना बैठे रहे, वरना मैं तेरे को puppet. नहीं sir, it's okay sir. नहीं sir, I need to inform you. By the way, did you love the conversation that Nathan sir? Of course, you give me a name which is called S.N. Nathan, and he's with Deloitte, so I thought it's an angelical name, it's an Anglo name. So, do you love his stories? Did you love the way of course, his delivery was fantastic, but did you love the stories? We have given you all a book that was written by him in your bags. So, that is coming in as a gift from him and from Chinmay sir. So, please enjoy the book, and can I have a round of applause for Chinmay sir for making it happen? It's in your bags. The people who are in the front row, you don't get it. You pay for it. You're too rich. All the sponsors have to buy it at 3 times the price. So, coming back, ladies and gentlemen, Anna. मैं 2 आना को तो जानता हूं. तीसरी वाली के साथ जब मेरा अवगत हुआ था तो बड़े मजे आए थे. Would you like to meet her? Check. Would you like to meet her? आवाज नहीं आ रही. नहीं, मजा नहीं आ रहा, बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा. Okay sir, we are not doing it sir. They're not happy people sir. They're all like, they didn't get idli vada for breakfast sir. That's why they're all like this sir. Whose payment? अच्छा, आर्टिस्ट का पेमेंट कर दिया क्या सर? It's all. No, just give me a moment, sir, to just get a little organized. He's ready or not? Just check. Back. Blackout kai ko karo. Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, ready or not, get ready to be enthralled by an art that takes practice. I've learned a little bit of magic, amateur magic, and it's a skill-based art form. And his skill is to move his vocal cords in such a way that the voice comes out from the puppet or from any place that this artist wishes to do so. The art is called ventriloquism, and the person who does it is called a ventriloquist. And ladies and gentlemen, he is an India famous, actually not even India famous, he's toured all around the world, and a lot of international artists have actually appreciated his act, and he's made people laugh.
सब झूठ बोल रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं किया है पांडे ने. ये जादूगर क्या पैसा दिया है क्या?
टिकट दिया था मेरे को कल रात को. वो हम लोग साथ में बैठ के ऐसी तेरे बारे में बात कर रहे थे. Ladies and gentlemen, Vignesh Pandey with a mouthful of Anna. That's what I call her. She is just mind-blowing. And get ready to have some fun. लेकिन ऐसे आर्टिस्ट बाहर नहीं आएगा भाई. एक आर्टिस्ट सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक चीज का कदरदान होता है, वो है तालियों की आवाज. और इस बार बड़ी जोर से प्लीज वेलकम Vignesh Pandey.
Hello everybody, hi. How are you all? That's what I expected. Oh, you want to respond to Anna?
नहीं आती जा.
No, it's one from the audience.
तो मैं क्या करूं?
He's from the audience, he's a guest.
हाँ तो जा, तेरे ठोके उसके.
So hello ladies and gentlemen, are you all enjoying? See, it is in moments like these that I feel that AI will definitely take over. We are comfortable and yet lazy. At an event where most of us are getting inaugurated with something, we're like, another award, I am such an overachiever. Let's clap for yourselves, come on, let's clap for yourselves. We have some brilliant minds here today. Have you heard her speech? Did you give a speech today? You did? हाँ ये भी वो dub किया था, खुद से नहीं बोलती. And there is another boy there, wizard boy. Hi. Yes, Swaroop, right? Swaroop, let's clap for Swaroop, yeah. How old are you? 14 years.
12 years.
12 years. You're 12 years old and you wrote a book. Oh, do you know what I was doing when I was 12 years old? Even I don't know. Searching for Anna and still searching for Anna.
ज़्यादा खुश ना तो.
So that's the wonder boy there, Swaroop, and he is sky high. And at that age, I don't know what I was doing at that age.
इसीलिए तू उधर है और वो आसमान में. तेरे को जमीन में गाड़ने की नौबत आने वाली है.
And अभी थोड़ी देर के लिए बात मत करो. I just want to introduce myself.
किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है रे.
No, देखो मैं अभी यहाँ पर आया हूँ ना, तो मैं अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहूंगा.
क्यों? तो क्या नरेंद्र मोदी है क्या?
नहीं, but it's a formality. Anyway, this is a bag, and for most of you, I don't know if anyone's seen Anna. Has anyone seen Anna before? Yes? Yeah, आप तो शो ही दे रहे हो तो. आप तो बार-बार देख रहे हो.
बंद करो इसका शो. आके आपके दिन तेर छुएगा अगले शो से.
देखो अभी मेरी बेइज्जती मत करो.
तो क्या तेरी आरती उतारूं मैं?
नहीं, just stop talking when I'm talking.
You stop talking when I'm talking.
You don't say what I'm saying.
You don't say what I'm saying.
Can I speak now?
Can I say no?
I mean, whatever you want to say.
No.
Okay. We'll do a simple thing, okay? Are you guys ready?
Say no. जोर से बोलो साथ साथ में नो. घर जा.
You can't say. मैं अभी स्टेज पे आया हूँ, मुझे ये लोग जाने के लिए नहीं कह सकते.
हाँ तो निकल इधर से बोलो सब लोग.
Just wait.
Okay.
Yeah. This is what we are going to do, friends. Are you all ready? Yes. Perfect. Anna, are you ready?
No.
Why?
मैं मेकअप कर रही हूँ.
Okay, I have this question to all the ladies who are here today, present, and I need a genuine answer from someone. ये हर बात पे unnecessarily मेकअप करना जरूरी होता है क्या?
और ये मर्दों को हर बार पंचायत करना जरूरी होता है क्या?
Also, she is the only woman who has the least makeup today. Immediately, I felt all the women laughing less louder. Like, oh, you wait. You think we are putting, this is natural.
चलना, footage मत खा, जल्दी चालू कर.
Okay, so this is what we are going to do, friends. On the count of 3, we'll all start clapping. Can you all show me how you clap? Come on, show me how you clap nice and loudly. We should also clap for Mr. Majorsunilshetty here. Oh, there you are, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
मोटा जॉर्ज क्लूनी.
ए पिछली बार सस्ता बोला था.
मोटा सस्ता सब एक ही है तेरे साथ.
Be polite to him. He's nice. He gave you a good introduction.
But he also gave you a good introduction.
Anyway, we know what to do, right? Let's go. We have some music ready?
No.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him, my friend, the DJ.
He's not your friend.
He is my friend. That's why he's going to play the music.
उसको पैसा दिया है. That is why he's going to play the music. तेरा बाप के शादी में नहीं आया हो.
Just, you want to talk? Come out and talk.
Okay.
Yeah. She's also my friend.
I am not your friend.
हम लोग यहाँ पर साथ में आए हैं रिक्शा से.
तो मेरा गलती है क्या कि तू रिक्शा वाला है?
Hey, hey! We'll just start.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Ready?
Yeah, ready.
सुसु वसु जाने का?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. चलो फिर.
Anna, you're wasting time.
Thank you.
You're wasting their time.
Thank you.
What thank you? You shouldn't waste their time.
करने के लिए है क्या उनके पास?
How could you say that?
They are IT professionals.
I'm so sorry.
इन लोगों से ज्यादा बेरोजगार तो तू है.
Hey, hey!
You should be sorry for yourself.
Let's just start. Are you ready? Let's go. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Let's start clapping. Let's have some music.
ए बजाना. अरे किधर क्या कर रहे?
एक मिनट.
Are you sure this is the one?
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
तेरे को मैंने तड़कता धड़कता म्यूजिक बजाने के लिए बोला, तो इधर मेरे शौक सदा का म्यूजिक बजा रहे. मैं क्या आत्मा हूँ? बजाना म्यूजिक बजा.
नहीं, it's okay.
ये बजाना म्यूजिक.
नहीं, मत बजाओ. अच्छा बजाए, कोई बात नहीं.
क्या हो गया? तेरे को पैसा नहीं दिया है क्या?
चुप. नहीं, मैंने उनको बोला म्यूजिक बंद करने के लिए.
क्यों? तेरे को पैसा नहीं दिया है क्या?
नहीं, मुझे पैसा दिया है.
क्यों दिया इसको पैसा? इसीलिए बोल रही हूँ, मेरे को पैसा देना, इसको क्यों दे रहे? What is this चिन्नई द्रो? मेरे को लगा तेरा मेरा लफड़ा है.
His wife is also there.
हाँ, तो मेरा और उसका भी लफड़ा है. It's a world full of possibilities. There is no binary number anymore. 0110823 सब आ गया थी.
Anyway, मैं क्या कह रहा था?
तेरे को नहीं मालूम?
I know you're not letting me speak.
Thank you.
No, not thank you. See, I was saying we are here.
Where are we?
तुम्हें पता नहीं हम कहाँ पर आए हैं?
नहीं.
देखो, मैं बताता हूँ. हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं
तेरे शादी में.
नहीं.
तेरी बीवी किधर है? भाग गई क्या?
चुप रह. नहीं, हम लोग यहाँ पर मेरे शादी में नहीं आए हैं. हम लोग यहाँ पर एक इवेंट के लिए आए हैं. वो देखो पीछे लिखा हुआ है.
जब तक तू पीछे नहीं देखेगा मेरे को दिखेगा नहीं.
ओह, अच्छा.
See? Intelligent joke. क्या हो गया?
इंग्लिश में लिखा है.
अरे यार, ए तू पढ़ के दिखा इसको.
It's by the way, that's her daughter.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that's his daughter.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean why? She's a bright girl, that's a bright man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
फिर भी तुम दोनों ने मिलके इसको इधर बुलाया.
Listen, what I'm going to do is, we are here for ITTL, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what ITTL is?
Yes.
Yes, what is it?
What is it?
You just said you know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, then what is it?
It is what it is.
And what is it?
No, what it is. क्या सस्ता कॉमेडियन लेके आए तू? अपने जोकते हंस रही है. So much for professionalism.
चुप ना यार. See, ITTL is, that's India Tech Talent League 23, okay? This is the first of its kind where all IT professionals come together, and this year we are going to discuss something that's been bothering all of us.
Notebandi.
Hey, not Notebandi.
No.
Something that's been bothering us all, that's AI. Do you know what AI is?
Yes.
Yes. What is AI? Artificial
ingredients and preservatives, sugar, salt.
Artificial intelligence.
Oh, acha.
Yeah. You know what artificial intelligence is?
No.
See, it's a code, it's an algorithm that does not have a life.
So, like you, don't have a life. Get a life.
No, but there's more to it. Like, it knows everything.
Oh, so like everybody's mothers.
That's true. And it basically knows everything, right? Yeah. And you constantly have to keep teaching it so that it learns better. And sometimes there is still a possibility that it will make some mistakes.
So like your ex-girlfriend.
What do you mean by my ex-girlfriend?
इतना समझाया उसको फिर भी एक मिस्टेक उससे हो ही गया था.
Hey, jump! No, listen. So we are here, we are going to welcome everyone, right? Yeah, let's do it.
Yes. ये इधर उधर नाचना जरूरी है क्या?
Yeah, I mean, we are entertaining everybody, na?
Yeah, but you have feet. I am levitating in air.
तो इधर उधर जाने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
थोड़ा हवा का झोंका है, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा.
Okay, I'll make sure.
ए मजेठिया संभालना.
वो संभाल लेंगे. What I'm going to do is, we're going to welcome everyone, right? Yeah. You know how to welcome everyone? Yes. Let's do that.
Yes. Yes. कुत्ते जैसा हेस क्या कर रहे हैं?
No, I'm excited.
Yeah. Let's do it. Yes.
मेरी तरफ मत देखो, इनकी तरफ देखो.
क्यों तेरे को टेंशन हो रहा है क्या?
इनकी तरफ देखो. हाँ, you will welcome everybody.
Yeah. How?
You don't know how?
No.
It's very simple. You just have to say, hello ladies and...
Ladies.
Yeah, not ladies. Okay, we'll go the other way, all right?
Yeah.
We can say, because we are in India, we should always use our Bharat Bhasha also before we start to welcome everyone. You can always say, hello bhai.
भाइयों काय को? ओए भाइयों, मैंने क्या इधर रक्षाबंधन का एग्जीबिशन लगाया है? हाँ, ये देख कितना खूबसूरत आदमी. इसको भाइयों तो ना उन्हें? हाँ, look at it. ओहो, टर्दन अंकल. That's your girlfriend?
That's his wife.
Looks like a girlfriend, huh? Jackpot, uncle! पांडे
देख रहा हूं, वो खूबसूरत औरत है और वो खूबसूरत हैंडसम इंसान है.
और फिर ये है. तो क्यों है? तो क्या है?
जिससे
इधर अच्छा, हेलो भाइयों, ठीक है. इधर जितने भी औरतें हैं उनको मैंने तेरी बहन बोला, तेरे को चलेगा?
हाँ.
या सबकी सब बहनें?
हाँ.
तेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है?
नहीं. क्यों?
पांडे, इसीलिए तो सिंगल ही मरेगा.
Okay, we'll just stick to the original plan. Let's just say hello ladies and gentlemen, all right? Yeah, let's go.
Hello gentlemen.
He is married.
तो क्या हुआ? आके बैठा है, लोडेड, पैसे वाला है.
No. Hello ladies and gentlemen.
Hello gentlemen. And gentlemen, ओहो क्या मूछे, gentlemen. And ये मेरा अन्नदाता किधर गया?
And gentlemen.
अरे इधर उधर क्या भाग रहे हो? क्या छिपन छिपाई खेलोगे क्या मेरे साथ? And gentlemen at the back, and all the gentlemen, and मजेठिया.
And gentlemen and ladies also.
Not interested.
And ladies.
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए, तू लेके जा.
Just say hello ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Yeah. Hello ladies and men.
No, what about gentlemen?
Oh, that's a different category. The gentleman.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's an involvement now, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, there's no binary attached to it anyway. Now, what I was saying is, we're here, we've welcomed everyone, right? Yeah, I want you to tell them what your name is.
What is your name? ग्रामर सीख आईटी ते भाषण देने आए इंग्लिश नहीं आता इसको
No, I'm not asking them. I'm telling you, what is your name?
What is your name?
It's me? Yeah, your friends, I'll tell you all my name. My name is Vignesh Pandey, but my friends call me
Chuldul Pandey. Hud hud dadang 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 hud hud da. तू एक्चुअली ददंग नहीं है, तू धंग है.
No, you all can call me Viggy. My name is Vignesh, but my friends call me Viggy, okay? So you all can call me Chiggy.
I want to Chiggy with you, boy. I want to Chiggy with you, boy.
No. You all can call me Viggy, and you will call me Pandaji. You call me Vignesh, yeah. So my name is Vignesh, and your name is...
मेरे को शर्म आ रही है.
तुम्हें नाम बताने में शर्म आ रही है? Yes. नाम बताने में कैसी शर्म? मैंने अपना नाम कैसे बताया?
क्योंकि तू तो है ही दे शर्म.
Hey, no! Just tell them your name. It's very simple.
They already know my name.
I don't think you all know her name. Yeah, see, some are saying no.
Okay, you want to see?
Yes, I want to see.
What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? Yes, my name is Sheila.
Hey, Sheila. Your name is Anna.
I know that ने शील ने आ गई थी थोड़ा.
So that's Anna. I am Vignesh, and now I am going to ask Anna some questions.
Nice. Who is going to answer?
If I ask you a question,
yeah,
who do you think is going to answer?
Swaroop.
Why Swaroop?
He's intelligent.
If there's no intelligence involved in it.
I know, that's why you are on stage, that focus.
Hey! No, that's what I'm saying is, if I ask you a question, then who is going to answer?
I think Chidnai sir.
You are going to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so see, you are here for ITTL 23.
Yes. You are not here.
मेरा मतलब है हम दोनों यहाँ पर आए हैं.
और बाकी लोग घर पे चले गए क्या?
मेरी गलती है एक्चुअली.
नहीं, तेरे घर वालों की गलती है. ठीक है.
See, we all are here for this event, right? Yeah. So are you enjoying?
Why? You're not enjoying?
This is not how you see. My friends will tell you, are you all enjoying?
सब भाड़े का ऑडियंस है, सब नकली है, पैसा देके दिखाई दे.
That's how you answer, Anna. You tell me, क्या enjoying?
चिल्लाता कहीं को है.
Okay, I have this last question for you, okay? Tell me, what can you do to make us all laugh?
Nothing.
That's nice.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing at all. What can you do?
What can I do?
Yeah.
But I am doing this.
What is this?
This is an art.
Of what? Doing nothing. आधा घंटा हो गया स्टेज पे खड़ा है तू बस और कुछ नहीं कर रहा है. What is this art?
No, it's an art called
Alas.
Yeah. It's not alas. No. See, this is an art. It's called ventriloquism.
तू कुछ भी नाम दे, आलस तो आलस ही है ना.
No. This art is called ventriloquism.
इसका क्या किस्म?
Ventriloquism.
ना कसम.
See, I'll tell you. Ventriloquism in Hindi is Shabd Brahm.
Oh, nice.
हाँ.
ठीक है, मतलब nice.
You did not get it, no? No. See, I'll tell you, friends. Ventriloquism is the art of speaking without moving your lips. So I speak without moving my lips. मैं अपने होठ हिलाए बिना बात करता हूँ.
और आवाज किधर से आती है? ये तेरे लाउड स्पीकर से चुप करना यार.
So that's what I do. I talk without moving my lips.
That your lips are moving.
No. See, that's the art. See, now I am talking. then my lips are moving.
Yes, because you're a sasta and elitist.
No, but when you are talking, my lips don't move.
Because my lips don't move, na yedya. दवाई वगैरह ले रहा है ना तो टाइम पे कुछ दिन तो लिए अंकल हंसता मस्त है यार एक ही मेरा फैन है इधर जिगरी एकदम का मूछ इधर उधर से थोड़ा काट तो हिटलर दिखेगा एकदम मजा ही आ जाए
We can't make jokes like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Just don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hail. Got it.
मैं बार-बार मुझे भुला देती है मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. So this was ventriloquism, but anyway, what I was saying is, I speak without moving my lips. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. But your lips are moving.
No, but when, how should I tell her? See, this is the simplest form I can tell you in. मैं आपके लिए बात करता हूँ.
मैं 21वीं सदी की औरत हूँ मेरे लिए कोई बात नहीं करेगा मैं खुद ही काफी हूँ समझी और अगर मेरे लिए किसी ने बात करने की कोशिश की ना तो ऐसा सर पकड़ के उसका नीचे खोपड़ी तोड़ दूंगी नारियल बनाऊंगी और ये ITTL का उद्घाटन हो जाएगा समझा बताओ इसको टेंशन हो रहा है कि AI इसकी जॉब छीनेगा तेरे को क्या टेंशन है तुम मजा मार आप एकदम सही दिशा में जा रहे हो एंड्रोइडेटिज्म अगर AI को एंड्रोइडेटिज्म करना पड़ा ना खुद ही वायरस घुसेड़ के इंजेक्ट करके मर जाएगा मैं करूं तेरे साथ ये एंड्रोइडेटिज्म
नहीं तो मैं कह रहा था कि है ना तूने Why is your hand in my back?
Any guesses?
तुम क्या कर रही हो
तूने मेरे साथ इतने साल किया मैंने कुछ बोला आदि चुपचाप सहने का जेंडर न्यूट्रलिटी So now, friends, I am going to do anti-decision. Okay, ready? Ready. Okay. ये पंडित बोलना कुछ पंडित प्लीज पंडित प्लीज पंडित 500 रुपया दूंगी ये खूसट उस दिन 100 रुपए के लिए रो रहा था आज चेन्नई सर ने इसका शो क्या दिया 500 रुपया भी लेने के लिए इनकार कर रही है
मैं बात
कर दिया मैंने वेंट्रिलोक्विज्म थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू
but you get the and what was you know what you should stop treating me like this okay you know what somewhere I also am a well-known personality.
Very nice, very nice.
You think I'm joking?
Yeah.
Do you know people understand my presence from far away?
तो नहा लिया करना ऐसा बकरी और कुत्ते की खुशबू लेके घूमेगा तो पता चल जाएगा कहाँ से आए हम लोग मुंबई तो पता चल गया होगा कि तू बैंगलोर आया है
You are taking me for granted, you know. Some people have called me Pushpa.
Fuska hai tu. And who are these people?
They've called me. Some people have called me that KGF guy also.
हाँ, first copy का Chinese version.
You know what? We'll just stick with my name, yeah? Yeah. So let's just do this. We are here to entertain them all, right?
Yeah. And you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Fantastic job.
Yes.
आगे का 4 cancel कर दे इसका.
What do you mean? We are here as a comedian, right?
Yeah, so when do your jokes start? पैसा तेरे को दिया है कि मेरे को?
Well, let's just do this. The mood here is really good. We can do something. We can start singing some songs. Yeah, we can do that. So let's do that. Can you sing a song? Yes. Will you help me teach a song? Yeah. Okay. So we'll sing some Hindi songs. Are you all familiar with Hindi songs?
What a shitty question to ask.
Anyway, we're just going to sing a song, all right? Yeah.
ए किधर घूम रहा था तू कदी से? ए फोटो वाला किधर घूम रहा है? नहीं इधर तेरे को तोस दे रही हूँ कदी से. ए नीचे से क्या कैमरा शूट कर रहे हैं? ये उंतला वाला कैमरा वाला लगता है ये. विरल धयानी का आदमी है ना तू? ए फोटो ले जल्दी.
आप जो काम कर रहे हैं बहुत सही कर रहे हैं, अच्छे से कर रहे हैं. आप अभी आराम कीजिए.
तो तू कब काम करेगा? 20 मिनट से इधर खड़ा रह के आराम कर रहे. उससे दया दिखा रहे, अपना काम तो कर ले.
I'll just sing. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Is it a good song?
It's a very good song.
How are you so sure?
Because I'm going to sing it.
Exactly. How are you so sure?
I'll just sing it. Yeah.
Wow, what a song. आहा, क्या आलात लगाया आपने? आहा. सुर समझ रहे हो? सुर समझ रहे हो? एक्सप्रेशन. आहा. क्या गाने का नाम क्या है? कोरोना सॉन्ग. Once more. Who let the dogs out? Aha.
I'll just change the song.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to assume it's a song.
Yeah, then stop making noises for songs. It's a song, not a rat.
Just sing. Yeah.
ये इसका स्पीकर फीडबैक मार रहा है डीजे.
मैं गाना गा रहा हूं यहाँ पर.
ये कुत्ते का आवाज किधर से आ रहा है कभी से?
अरे मैं गाना गा रहा हूं.
Exactly, ये कुत्ते की आवाज किधर से आ रही है?
Let me just finish a song. Yeah. I'll sing a good song. Yeah.
फूटे जितना खाता है जैसा अरिजीत सिंह है, गाता नवाजुद्दीन जैसा ही है.
I'm going to sing. Yeah. सुन रहा है ना तू.
बाजू नहीं खड़ी हूं.
Let me sing. Yeah. सुन रहा है ना तू.
हंस रही हूं मैं.
रो रहा हूं मैं.
क्यों? तेरी गर्लफ्रेंड छोड़ के गई क्या?
I'll just want to clarify. I don't have a girlfriend.
दीवी होगी. दीवी तो जरूर होगी. दीवी पहुंचा हुआ आदमी.
No, मेरी शादी भी नहीं हुई, बीवी भी नहीं है.
बच्चे तो जरूर होंगे.
Skip it. You want me to change the song? Yeah, I'll change the song. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. ओ हसीना जुल्फों वाली जाने जहां, ढूंढती है कातिल आंखें किसका नशा. महफिल ऐ शमा फिरती हो कहां.
ये मजेठिया, इसको गाना किसने सिखाया रे? ये अच्छे से कैसे गाया?
But it's a good song, right?
No, it's a bad song. ये गाने में कोई लॉजिक नहीं है.
Why it's such a good song? ओ हसीना जुल्फों वाली.
अब हसीना है तो जुल्फों वाली होगी ही ना. टकली हसीना देखिए क्या? ओ हसीना टकली आखिर जाए कहां, चांद जैसा साफ. See now, this is the song.
You want to sing?
Yeah.
You prove us wrong. You sing something and let's see how people react.
Standing ovation मिलेगा मेरे को.
I highly doubt that, but let's see. You want to sing?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yes. अभी डिस्टर्ब मत कर.
नहीं डिस्टर्ब नहीं करूंगा.
Okay, yeah. Don't say yeah.
Okay.
Don't say okay. Don't do susu also.
Just sing.
Yeah. Sorry.
क्या कर रही है तू?
रियाज.
Sing fast. जल्दी गाना गाओ, हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है.
क्यों तेरे को इधर झाड़ू मारने का है क्या?
वो बाद में, वो अभी नहीं. Anyway, let's just sing. Yeah, come on.
Yeah. ताने तो नीला ने खाना कना गिना देखो चिकनी चमेली देखी चिकना कनी ना देखो छान ने चीटर होके चीट किया तो सारे तारे दोले के लिए खा तेरी दात ज्यादा तेरी दात थाली ने कटोरा लेके आले दात मेरे तुझे किसी ने रितीट किया तो साला मैंने तेरे तनारा मुक्का
Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. That takes real skill.
Thank you so much. So I performed this bit especially, and have started performing this bit especially for our this event here. Is one reason why we've been speaking a lot about and concerned really about what AI is possible, what the AI's possibility is, and is it really going to take away our jobs one day? But I highly disagree with that, because we have something that they, or at least don't have right now, which is conscience and emotions. And somewhere we all, I think, are humble and kind. And that's why we end up making the greatest decisions, and somewhere AI exists because of us and not the other way around. So we all have our own skill sets, and nobody's going to take that away from us. So let's clap for yourselves. Come on. Thank you.
मजेठिया
बोल मेरी माया ना
मजेठिया
ये जगजीत सिंह का कॉन्सर्ट करके है क्या ये पिछले दिन?
हाँ तू बोलेगा तो कुछ भी करेंगे. अरिजीत सिंह का करूँ ये देख मजेठिया.
Okay, let's do this fine. We'll leave. Thank you for your time, friends. Now let's just look at them and give them a big good night. It's just 6. Let's just give them a formal
sayonara.
Sayonara is nice, Japanese style of saying bye. Sayonara.
तू काय को चीख मारा.
Just look at them and give them a formal thank you.
ठीक है.
Nee, give them a loud thank you. जोर से बोलो जय माता दी. Yes. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed that. And I am Vignesh Pandey. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up. Give him a round of applause. He just made our evening perfect. He kept us laughing all throughout. And
Thank you.
Anna, आपकी एक बहुत बड़ी फैन है. ठीक है? उसका नाम है शगुन. शगुन, please come up on stage. उसका भी एज नहीं हुआ है.
तेरा एज है. तेरा क्या चल रहा था?
मेरी तो निकल गई.
एक मिनट, एज की बात कर रहे हैं ना ये?
हाँ, फिर Shagun, please hand it over to Anna.
Which hand? This hand? This hand?
Oh, it's correct. It's correct.
शगुन थोड़ा दूर रहना है, लड़के का धोरा.
Let's give him a round of applause. If you enjoyed it, come on, let's just give him a big thunderous round of applause. He just enlightened us. Actually, Vignesh ने कुछ नहीं किया, सब Anna का कमाल था.
हमेशा से. I would really like to thank Chinmay sir for getting us here, and Majetia ji for being an absolute performer for the day, and Shagun, thank you for the Shagun.
ये मेरे मुंह से अच्छा लगता है, जोकर बनने का कोशिश मत कर.
Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Vignesh Pandey, and let me tell you, Vignesh, just stay back. Come idhar aa jao. Just for a minute. If you want to come back with Anna, you can. It's okay. Just come back. Come back if you want to.
मेरे को छोड़ के जा रहे थे तो.
थोड़ी देर रेस्ट ले.
असली कलाकार हैं ये लोग.
Ladies and gentlemen, he spent over 20 years practicing this art. And let's give him a round of applause for this. It takes 20 years of practice. You enjoy it for half an hour. So I think the applause can be much bigger. It's 20 years of hard work.
Thank you so much.
He comes from an illustrious family. His father is a wonderful magician. His younger brother is also a fantastic performer. I think he does magic and he does his own act. which was Mr. Bean at the time.
Yes.
And you can check him up out on Instagram and on Facebook and things like that. The reason why I said he's very much appreciated in ventriloquism, the art of singing is the most difficult. And to give that punch takes your life out to do that. So that was Vignesh Pandey, ladies and gentlemen. Take a bow, brother.
Thank you so much.
Take a bow. Take a proper bow.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much. मेरा नेपोटिज्म एक्सपोज करने के लिए थैंक यू.
कोई नेपोटिज्म नहीं है. पापा और छोटा भाई टैलेंटेड है, ये बेचारा आयना के साथ चिपकेला है. सुना नहीं उसने. मैंने कहा ओ विघ्नेश भाई, मैंने कहा कोई नेपोटिज्म नहीं है, पापा टैलेंटेड है, छोटा भाई टैलेंटेड है, तू आयना के साथ चिपका हुआ है. ऑलराइट, दैट वाज दैट फन, राइट? इट जस्ट ब्रिंग्स यू अप. यू विश लाइक ऐसा एक हमारे साथ भी कोई यू नो वार्तालाप करने वाला कोई ऐसा बंदा हो. यूजुअली शादी के पहले 1 साल तक ऐसा कुछ होता है, उसके बाद कुछ आयना से आयना बेल वाला हो जाता है. मतलब आयना तो आना ही रहती है, बेल किसी और की बच जाती है. ओके, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a panel discussion now. Just before that, I thought, how many of you would like to learn a magic trick? Since we had Javed, we had Vignesh Pandey, I do a little bit of magic myself. How many of you would like to learn a magic trick? Raise your hands. Okay, does anybody have a 500 rupee note? I need to like the serial number and things like that. So anybody has a 500 rupee note? Yeah, Chinmay sir, kaise ho aap? I have found my victim, I mean volunteer. Come here, come back sir, come on stage. Sir, एक second sir. रहने दो सर, अभी मत बोलो सर. पहले तो पूछने दो, इतनी शादी के इतने सालों बाद भी जेब में पैसा लेके घूमते, कितने लकी हस्बैंड है.
एक ही 5.
अच्छा, बस पास वाला है क्या ये? ओके, सो आई विल शो यू. सर होल्ड. आप ही तो मैजिक सीख के जाएंगे, आप ही का पैसा है, आप ही तो हमारे कदरदान है. ओके, सो हाउ डू यू मेक आउट इफ अ नोट इज रियल? You look at the watermark, you look at the strip. Come on, give me answers. You guys are all seated. Come on. The shining note. There's another way. You take the note like this and you go like, okay, I'm just kidding. You never do that in real life. So I'm going to teach you how to check if the note is real. Take a note from the victim, I mean volunteer. You can go home and try it. All the husbands at home, go home and fold it like this. Can you see it being folded well? If it is being displayed, it would have been really fun. But then you fold it again, and now you hit it against a hard, object. I'm going to hit it to just the corner of the mic. Okay, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. When you open this note, ladies and gentlemen, the magic really happens. What happens is, when the note is original, you will find that Gandhi ji ka jo chashma hai, it has not cracked. So the note is real. Thank you very much for paying attention. Give a round of applause for him for making this possible. You should try this. It's a fun, icebreaker with people at a bar or some funny conversations. But this is the best one. Sir, may I have your full name, please?
Srikanth.
Colonel, sir, right? You're a colonel, right? ओके, फौजियों का वैसे फौजियों के साथ नहीं करना चाहिए, बट अब क्या करें, आप ही मिले तो आप ही के साथ सही. सो डू यू नो व्हाट इज palming in magic? Right? So what you do? You palm, right? So you palm like this, 1, 2, 3, and you throw, it goes. See, it disappears. What happens is it's here. So what you do is, now you look at the person and say, sir, do you see this note? Repeat this line. Do you see this note? The key word is, do you see this note? Okay? Do you see this note? And now, you'll never see this note in your life ever again. It's disappeared forever, sir. Give Colonel sir a big round of applause, please. अब आपको मिलेंगे आर्मी कैंटीन में, sir. Give him, look at him. Sir, who are you, sir? Yes, sir. See, NASA is studying this. After that black hole in Interstellar, they are understanding my pocket. So many times 500 rupees का नोट अंदर जाता है, बाहर ही नहीं आता. Thank you, sir. Look at him looking at me now. He's like, I don't know if all the others are going to pay attention to me, where I am on the stage and what I do. he is going to be on like a hawk, like a radar on me, wherever I go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just thought of bringing in some fun myself. I wanted to lighten up the mood. We already had a good time with Vignesh Pandey. And now, ladies and gentlemen, back again. We have our panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank all our panel discussion members, patrons for being here with us and for being a lot patient with us today. The discussion is, Chinmay sir ऐसे चल के आते हैं मेरे को घबराहट हो जाती है कभी-कभी. And the discussion is the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. It is going to be moderated by Mr. Nagana Gowda S.J., the Chief People Officer at Tally Solutions Private Limited. So, all right, I'll leave it in the hands.
Thank you so much, my dear friend. It's been a great job since morning. Thank you. Please have a seat. We have the slides ready. After the great performance, I have the star-studded panel. And my job is very simple. We have discussed several things about AI since morning. And I'm sure we will take back AI home when we go back today, and then we'll keep it for some time as we progress in our journey in our respective organizations. So this question is about future of education and employability in the era of AI and disruption. For all of you, maybe you just turn around, have a look at some data. Just want to show you about the digital India landscape. The digital India landscape is, India is really rocking in every sense. We have 700 million internet users, 470 million social media users, 570 million online streamers, and so on and so forth. So India is truly, truly digital today. From a well-established organization to a street vendor, everybody is digital. So now, this is some problem with the projector, that's fine, no issues. We discussed about academic landscape, 50,000 plus colleges, more than 4.5 crore admissions every year. Close to about 14 lakh people take admissions, 12 lakh people graduate from engineering colleges, plus employability ratio is just about 90%. 90% of them don't get employed. Only 10% get employable skills in the academia. Plus, we live in an era of abundance. Everything is in abundance. We are the largest human population country in the world with 1.4 billion population. And only we have the human capital to solve the world's complex problems. This being the scenario, we have some problems on hand. The problems are academia. When I joined industry in 1995, we have been discussing about industry-academia collaboration, where in 2023 we are still discussing industry-academia collaboration. And that's a great sign, I must tell you, sign of progress, sign of prosperity, if you call it. Sign of efforts, a lot of efforts are happening. The second thing is, we are dealing with 21st century children. We are teaching 19th century curriculum, applying 20th century pedagogy, and teaching to the 21st century students. There is some gap somewhere. The gap between what we were teaching and what we are teaching is the same, and the industry and the world has moved significantly far away from all of us, and then transformation is happening at the speed of light and not at the speed of thought. So disruption is all over the place. So what do we do as a community? Now industry cannot slow down. There are tons of opportunities available. We are actually such a dichotomy in the world today as a country. We have more than 12 lakh engineering graduates every year, and there are more than 200,000 jobs available, and several of them are looking for jobs, but they're not getting the jobs. That's the story of automation and all of that stuff. Again, here the issue is, look at the data. I was thinking when I was preparing these few slides, based on the data that I got from Ganesh and several others actually in this room, I was looking at who is leading this AI revolution in the world. I thought it is India. I thought it is America. I thought it is Europe. Actually, it's none of us. There is one country in the Asian world which is really, really adopting AI in a big way. But India as a country, the number of projects on GitHub is about 24.2% of the global AI projects are delivered by India. That's a great news. Automation, the world, we are living in a Hubo world. Like we saw Anna, we are also seeing bots in action in our respective offices today. We have Alexa, Sophia, Siri, and whatnot actually, Watson and everybody else, and more coming. So next time when you go back to your office, look next chair, who is sitting. That could be a bot sitting and then working 200 times faster than your and mine capability together. So it's going to be a Hubo world. So I was doing some research, and we were trying to find out what are the kind of future of jobs that we will see. And I was shocked, and I needed some water to be back into my real sense. What we looked at was 80% of the jobs that exist in 2030, we do not have a job description for them. 80% of the jobs that will exist in 2030, we do not know the capability skills required for us to execute those jobs. That is an opportunity, and that is a challenge as well for all of us. So in this environment, now, earlier we were working there were companies in Japan, there's some companies in some other world where people take one employment, retire. I think now we are in an era that we can't think of retirement. Job, skill, reskill, upskill, keep continuing to learn. That is the era we are living in. So if this is an era, this is the opportunity that we have, this is a landscape that we are living with, so what is that we can do? What is the opportunity for all of us? So what do we do? So I request all the panel members to please settle down. And we have very little time. Each one of you will get only one question. I think we have done a lot of preparation as a team. It's great to have some experts here. The first question for Karthik is, all of you got mics? Check. Everybody has a mic, right? So what is the impact of disruption in education from AI and automation technologies? Karthik, can you please help us?
Sure. Javed, before leaving, touched my forehead and said something. I forgot everything now. All right, so let me kind of give a story for that answer. So I work for Biocon Biologics, and then we have a company driver who comes to me, and this guy does a lot of charity. So could you kind of contribute? Then immediately my response was, Murugan, see, I do some stuff, and then, there are villages, I said, near Hosur side, which is where our plant is. I said, I kind of contribute some books to them. So Murugan looked at me and smiled, and he challenged me saying that, sir, don't do that. Okay, I was like taken aback. I said, it's for a good cause. It's for the education. It's for the academics. Poor children, they'll not be able to afford. So I'm just doing a bit what I can do. So he said, sir, no. Can you next time not give them books and can you buy them a TV? I said, TV? Then he said, okay, this is a real story which happened 2 months back. So there's this place, I don't know how many of you know. So if you further go after Hosur towards Denganikote, there's this small village called, before Rayakote, called Palakod. Right? So he said, he gave me a live example of what's happening in that school. He says, teachers don't come and teach the kids. Right? So we have a projector, we have a TV, we have a screen. So we play the curriculum to them. Okay? And I said, wow. And he also said, all age group of kids come in, and this is a government school. And this is an initiative taken by Murugan and few other friends. Said we play the curriculum and children kind of sit for the classes. If they are interested in the subject, they come for the same classes, next classes. Adaptive learning, right? So I think morning we heard a lot of generative AI and stuff. So I think gone are the days where one size fits all kind of a curriculum was kind of taught in the schools. So he mentioned that this is how he actually invited me, which I said I will come and do that. So he said, come and see how education is taught in these remote schools and villages. I think that kind of answers your question on, where education is going. It's completely changed. We still send our kids to normal schools, and we still sometimes we do conventional, traditional ways of education. But in remote places, initiatives like this kind of disrupts and changes the way education is being taught. Right. So this to me is in this sector, automation, AI, whatever we speak. But the kind of knowledge these kids are going to get are totally going to be different, very advanced than what some of us actually thought education should be. So that's probably one, and I know we have time constraint, I can go on and on. If you actually see ChatGPT touched 1 million in any guesses, like in 5 days, right? And wherein Instagram took 3.5 months, Facebook 10 months, and Netflix 3.5 years. But I think that's the power of AI in this space. So everybody is like, all of us went and tried, can you write this email, right? Many of my team members started writing better emails, after using ChatGPT. And when I see the tone of the email, I know that you didn't write this email because you're working with me for 4-5 years. I think that kind of sums up the answer. So I'll kind of keep my rest of the points for a little later. So thanks, Nanjan.
Thank you, Karthik. You reminded me of my village. I come from a small village in northern Karnataka. I studied in a school where there was no roof. But today, when I go back to school, people are using computers. They're using mobiles to learn online content. And they are getting extremely good grades in the respective districts and so on and so forth. So AI is really entrenched in every segment of the academics. Now let me go back to my dear friend, and we share a common company, Ashish. What is the impact of AI and automation on employability in the industry today? Do you think job market is going to shrink? Do you think job market is going to expand? What are your thoughts, and then what would be your suggestions to all of us in this room?
Thanks. So AI as a discipline existed for 20, 30 years, and those who studied computer science, there's a black box, some input comes, some processing happens, nobody knows what's happening inside. But there were products like the NeuroFuzzy, NeuroLogic, high-end products were there. It did not affect all of us. Since last 1 year, we have seen versions over versions. Now what we can do today, we can summarize the text, we can rephrase the text, we can create some content, we can get executive summary out of somebody else's speech. So a lot of things people are doing and we can do. And 1 or 2 years probably we get 5 version of ChatGPT before we get 5G phone, 6G phone, the other technology which is emerging. So a lot of things are about to happen. Now, as in the morning we were saying disruption, earlier seniors used to tell and assign the task, do this. Now, probably Abhishek will need a Shagun, let's do this together. You guide me, we move together, not I assign you work and then we move forward. So what will change? Say for example, earlier somebody used to write a code. I will write a code, a pair person will check the code, tester will formally see it's working. Now when you go to ChatGPT or AI, it will give you ready-made working code. So it looks like very easy thing to do assignments as a student. But in industry, I can't expose my code base to external entity and say, write the code because customer can do on their own. They will never come to us if it is that easy. So though these tools will help us, we will need certain level of diligence, what can be exposed, what can be done in the outside environment and what has to be done in-house. It's not that easy because code is available, tested code and running code is available. Anybody will do it and a lot of jobs will go. So what will happen is jobs will change, job will get enriched. We need a high level of judgment, a senior person to decide what can be exposed, what can be leveraged. So it will take a kind of a 3 or 4 tier of people to understand how do we leverage this technology, how this benefits outweigh the risk which comes from data privacy, which comes from hacking, which comes from breaches. So we need to balance both the views.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much. Just further, few more inputs. The biggest challenge for the industry today is there are more than 50% of our existing workforce which needs urgent, critical reskilling or upskilling. Otherwise, they'll become obsolete in the system. That's the biggest challenge that we are seeing from an employability standpoint of view. And regular large organizations like LTI, Infosys, Cognizant, the Big Four, everybody is trying to reinvent their existing talent. One way is to hire new talent, but not let go the existing talent. So the point is, the existing talent needs to be upskilled, reskilled on a continuous basis. That's a big, big challenge. Second is, if you don't change your job, jobs can be there, but the role and nature of the jobs are changing dramatically. For you to remain relevant in the industry, for the jobs that you are in, you must adapt to the new changing environment. Thank you, Ashish, for those inputs. Now, I have a question for Sumit. What do you think our current education system, are we lagging in adopting the disruptive technology, or what do you think we are very much on par with everything that's happening in the world, and what we should be doing? Could you please throw some light on that?
Thanks for the question. So for me, disruptive technology is step 2. Step 1 is hygiene. For me, that is your curriculum and infrastructure. I'll tell you why. So like we said, right, there are 50,000 colleges in India relevant to our audience. There are 6,000 plus engineering AICT approved campuses in India, right? With a country of our population, it is good to have these many institutions. But is the quality directly proportional to the number? So we have 6,000, right? I have my campus recruiter peer friends, right? If I ask them, how many names of campuses out of 6,000 would you know? You would say, let's say 100. If you add IITs plus NITs plus some campuses, why not others? Because we feel that, okay, the quality, they are still not at the catch-up game. I always give example of BITS and IITs, right? I go back in 2017-18, COVID was not there, but AI ML was knocking our doors. We were, after the campuses changed the curriculum, you should be teaching this, there was a lot of resistance. BITS was up in the game. IIT started the elective program. Then suddenly what happened? COVID came in. Now what we were forcing, now it was by force, not by choice. The colleges had to adopt all these technology interventions. That is where a lot of edtech startups starting to come into picture. Now when I say that, I will give you an example related to that. Now YouTube started emerging as the biggest university. EdTech program started saying, I will teach you AI, I'll teach you ML. Just enroll for this 1-month program and all of that. So students were getting skilled. Again, it was by force. This is, I would always say COVID is one of the best things that could have happened for education. It is a blessing in disguise. Now, what it meant was, still not everybody was up to the game. I'll give you an example of one of our flagship competitions, Grid. We launched this. So what we started using was, now the recruitment process is democratized. We stopped using the word tiering of campuses, because right now we know that somebody sitting in a Haringhatta in West Bengal could be learning AI and ML and could be my next employee. So that is when we did, and we ran that program. We had a whopping around more than 2 lakh registrations from 2,000 campuses, but still 4,000 campuses were not part of it. What is the reason? What was stopping them to register over there? And trust me, when one of our robotics winner came in, to everybody's surprise, the student from a college in Tiruvul in Tamil Nadu, Pratyusha College of Engineering, none of the Flipkart employees had heard the name. That is the beauty of technology and the disruption that came into picture. Now, when I say this, now adoption was still not there. How do you do that? To answer your second part of it, right? Now, an ecosystem has been created. You have an institution, you have these edtech startups, and you have the companies over there. There is no competition between them. An education institute should not be feared of an edtech company. This ecosystem should come together and solve for future. Banks, like we always thought it has to be always aligned. Now banks are partnering with MasterCard, Visa, PhonePe, XPay, YPay, and all of that. Same thing for ecosystem has to be created. To the last point, right, in order to enable that, that is where recruiters have also to come into picture. Now this ecosystem has to go hand in hand and ensure even somebody sitting in a West Bengal has access to technology, because now the playing field has been leveled. So that for me, the disruption has happened, but I would say still long way to go before we sleep peacefully.
Thank you. Very, very bang on actually. The academia should not look at AI as a threat. I think the era or the time has come for all of us to converge HI and AI together. What I mean is artificial intelligence and human intelligence. All the time ChatGPT is not right. Similarly, students or the academia can take help of ChatGPT but apply your human intelligence. What I call it as a hybrid intelligence. So create environment in academia, even in the industry for that matter, to build this hybrid intelligence and then spread your tentacles across to your respective stakeholders to be able to create a level playing field. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next question I come to my good friend Naveen. You know, the country, India, led by an extremely popular, able government leader, several transformational policies have taken place. What do you think is the role of government in transforming the academic landscape and the policy framework of the policymakers in creating an evolving era in the area of AI and disruption? Can you just throw some light on that?
Sure. So government definitely plays a very big role, because they can influence, they can create, they can enforce, right? For example, if we have to talk about some of the examples of UPI, right, which is one of the big success for India. We have DigiLocker, we have examples of Arogya Setu app, right, during the vaccination time. Yeah. So the kind of outreach that they have to the entire public, and like you rightly said, the current government is emphasizing on the digital world. They understand the importance. They also have a lot of programs that they are currently driving. But this will again not be complete till the time there is a support from the corporate sector and the academia. Right? So everyone have to work together. While the government can lay the intent, sure, but end of the day, academia and the corporate industry have to support that particular intent. Sure. So I think that is something that government has to do, and they are very actively doing it right now. There's also the national artificial intelligence, right? That's a national program for artificial intelligence. Sure. So this particular program is again basically to create a research and development team which will basically work on exploring AI's possibilities, training people on that, and ensuring that these people are training other people in the coming years. So that way the steps have already been taken by the government. It's all about how does it penetrate to the entire public, and government has to also, they can cut out a budget for AI investment, ensuring that there are online tools that are available to facilitate people to learn AI. They can have a lot of different schools, where they can teach people. Sure. And I think this is very, very important, and because India has got a very large young population, to ensure that they are becoming employable and are self-sustaining, sure, they have to ensure that they are investing at this moment. Sure. Because if they miss the bus by a couple of years, then it's going to be a very difficult time, and there will be a lot of unemployment in India. So I think that is one of the things that government has to focus on, and also academia. And the other point that is also is, a lot of people who are maturing in the industry, like who are like 10-year experience, 15-year experience. So it's not about focusing only on the young generation or people who are studying in colleges and schools, but it's also about reskilling, upskilling the people who are, carrying 10 years experience, 15 years experience, to ensure that they are also remaining in employment. Because if AI can replace anyone's job, it can even replace anyone, who's senior. Right. So now we have to even explore that part, in that, after 5-10 years, how do we ensure that everyone is, employable in the industry? Sure. And the other thing is, we have to also focus on the right intent. Because what I've seen in the last year, so similarly, my request would be from the academia would be in terms of teach, not to earn, but teach and learn, teach and earn. To stick to that particular noble profession, ensure that we are doing the right intent, right drive, and we are looking at the future of our country, and not just looking at immediate need of monetizing something.
Sure. Thank you so much. Few data points on what government is doing on adopting the technology disruption. I'm sure all of you are aware. 1.4 billion people data is on Aadhaar. Every day, there are 85 million transactions happening on other platform. Seamless, without any hassle. That's huge, huge step forward from the government of India on a technology side. Second is, the government has created a huge skill mission. Several institutions, several organizations, several leaders are working on building the skill capability of the country. And the third one is, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar and team are working on and already rolled out the data production policy where India's data will remain in India. So there is a lot of work happening on the government side. What is required is for us to be aware of what government is doing. There is one thing that we need from the government is to bring in some sort of a governance in applying and using AI, because AI can be very disruptive. It can be very pervasive and invasive as well. So we need to bring in some governance. So great point. Thank you so much, Naveen. And next is, I think I'll come to my dear friend Geeta. I think she's the very special person in this panel. And she is dealing with extremely very different kind of a challenge that she is solving. Geeta, please help us to understand how we can ensure an equitable access to quality education and equal opportunities for all elements of society in the organization, and how AI and digital disruptions can help us in enabling all of these things.
Sure. My name is Geetika. Just to give some background, because I was calling out, like I am working in a space which is very different. So I'm the co-founder of an organization called as Atypical Advantage, which is helping people with disabilities get job opportunities. Just to answer your question in terms of how we can make it equitable, right? I think we first want to understand why is it that we are not equal in terms of opportunities and education. It is primarily because of various factors. It could be socioeconomic factors, gender disparity, rural-urban disparity. Technology is not reaching beyond tier 2 cities even today. So, and then the space that I am working in, like accessibility is a big issue. So there are various factors, but as my co-panelist was calling out, COVID was a blessing in disguise, which helped reach technology into like remotest of the places. Having said that, what I feel, there are multiple institutes that have to play a role over here. The government bodies, the educational institutions, the corporates, the individuals. But since we are sitting in a corporate conference, I'll just focus on where the private players can play a significant role. I think it has to start right from the early education, where as we are all talking about technology, the technology penetration needs to happen at the earliest of the earliest of the education levels. And I'll just quote one example. I was in Ahmedabad doing a field trip, and I visited a school which is run by blind teachers for the visually impaired candidates. And to my surprise, I saw that they are learning courses in Braille, which is obviously through which they learn. But what they have not realized is that the world globally has moved to more technology-based courses. And most of the work is happening on mobile and laptops, but kids over there are still learning in Braille. And it's a very beautiful school, but I was very surprised and shocked. Which brings me to my second point, that it is also important for us to train the teachers. And what is not happening today is that we have to train, upskill these teachers so that they know what are the technologies that are coming up, so that they can in turn impart this technological knowledge to their students. The third point I want to make, which a lot of people have not been talking about, if you look at where the world is shifting towards, right, the education is not just limited to schools and colleges. These digital learning platforms have picked up all of a sudden. So the Coursera's and the Udemy's of the world are also teaching a lot of skills to us today. And again, something where we have to create more, we have to do a lot of more work and create a dent is in a lot of areas where these skilling platforms are also not focusing. Again, I'll quote an example from the work that I am doing in the space of helping people with disabilities. A lot of these people, we are helping get them placed into factory units now. And to my surprise, there isn't even one single platform that is focusing on teaching them ITI courses, which are the need of the hour for manufacturing plants. Similarly, there is not even one single platform that teaches courses in sign language. And then how do you make sure that hearing impaired candidates can learn a course? Most of these platforms are not even accessible for people with visual impairment. So I think these digital learning platforms also have a role to play in today's time. And, the challenges are enough, but technologies are solving for a lot of problems. I'm looking towards a future in AI where a hearing impaired candidate, when they are, making sign language, the tool will be able to pick up the sign language and convert it into human speech so that it will not be an inhibition for a corporate to hire a person with hearing impairment. And similarly, when there will be a time that a person with a locomotor disability who probably cannot enter an office premise will be able to sit in the comfort of their home and, have meetings with their team by wearing some glasses or, using the AR technology. So that is a future I am looking forward to through the AI and the automation space, and I'm very hopeful that will happen.
Lovely, lovely.
I would like to add something. When you said that there is no such technology or no such learning tool which can convert a sign language to a text, or can someone read but cannot hear. So Chitkara University has a startup which has been awarded recently.
Yeah.
They have recently developed, the students developed, that's what Pius was talking about, where they have developed where a sign language can convert all your into a text and a script which they can read it out. So
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Lovely,
yeah.
lovely.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we had a demo of that actually when we were there last time. Yeah, correct. See, there are two categories of people. One is people with able body and a disabled mind. And the second is there are people with disability but a very, very powerful and able mind. I think what is required is the need of the hour is to open your doors and your hearts and minds to what I call as PWD. My ex-colleague is here. I think we were talking about doing coffee session about persons with disability in the organization. You should create an opportunity for people to come and work and then contribute to the overall progress and success. So there are very, very bright and young minds. I was talking to Geetika. There is an organization called Samarthanam for the blind. And if next time if Chinmay calls these people, 100% blind people, they will perform like a super rock stars. And you will have no idea that they don't have a vision. So there are people with extraordinary capabilities, and disability is only in the mind, in the hearts. We must have to open our minds and hearts to be more able to embrace them and then accommodate in the organization. So thank you so much. With the paucity of time, we can go on and on this subject. This is very close to my heart. If each one of you can give one advice or one suggestion to all of us in this room, what are those practical, workable strategies and solutions for us to, both academia as well as industry, to be able to implement in our respective organization and then take it forward? Starting with Karthik.
Sure. I think my request to the corporates and the institutions here, first to the corporates, right? Adopt institutions, right? I think today, a lot of us are changing the way we are recruiting from colleges, right? Last 2 years, we've kind of moved away from tiering colleges and going to colleges where, we get talent. I think that's the state today. When I say adopt, tie up with colleges, right? So, most of us are recruiters here. We know that finding talent, the right talent is always a challenge, right? So every time you go to a recruiter, and we saw some stats on how many people India produces and what's the employability rate. We need to change the way we recruit people. stop looking for experienced resources from outside, right? So tie up with institutions, bring them on board. Geetika mentioned about send those lecturers, professors to the corporate offices, let them see, how things are done. And probably, we need to start the change from there. And same thing for institutions as well, right? Rather than approaching colleges to recruit people, so sign up MOU, sign up some kind of arrangement where you have a long-term collaboration, right? So I just give a small example and then pass it on to my colleagues here. So in Biocon, we run Biocon Academy, which is probably, known to too many people. So Kiran herself, oversees this, and we're running this for the last 15 years. So it's a world-class training setup, Last week I got a chance to go to the new facility. So we have simulators. Somebody who's entering, a fresher comes in, you send the person to a production flow, shop flow. The person is clueless, right? So what you study is not what you kind of end up doing there in the shop floor. So we kind of, put all the simulators there. There are courses from 6 months to 1 year, 18 months courses where people come, learn, interact with different business leaders, and we even give an option for them to kind of pick up what they want to do, right? Rather than force-fitting people. So many of the times we go to colleges, we recruit people. I've told my recruiters to stop doing that last 3 years, right? So you have a standard job description. I think you mentioned that job descriptions are outdated. Nobody does what's mentioned in the job description. We need to give them options and not force fit them into, okay, you're recruited for this. You move into quality, production, R&D. 3-4 years, till 3-4 years back, this was the state. And, I started meeting campus recruits, and these are from good institutions. After 1 year, 2 years, they come back and say that I want to leave, right? Why? Because this is not my passion. Rather, create that passion, right? Create the passion from day one. So another program, what we do is, I think many of you would have heard it. This is again supported by the government. The apprentice, LSSDC, partners with many institutions does this. You can recruit 5% of your organization's strength as part of apprentice. Many of us don't use this. So what that means is they come, join you, we pay them a internship fee, and they kind of learn the work for 6 months. And we give an option to them. You have the right to choose if you want to continue or not. And we went one step ahead and solved another problem. In the manufacturing setup, it's always a myth that women can't work in shop floors and they don't prefer this job. We broke that myth. We were 16%. Today we are 35% on the shop floor. In the last 2 years, this is last 2 years data. What we did was just giving some stats, right? So let's say 100 people we recruit part of the apprentice program. We recruited 90 women in that batch. And we said, you learn 6 months, you can go to the shop floor, read SOPs, and do the job. At the end of it, we give you an option to attend the interview and then move forward if you want to. 75% of them said yes, and they said, we want to work in the shop floor. I think otherwise it's deep-rooted, right? So we all say that, and we broke those barriers and we changed it. I think we need to revamp, we need to relook at the way we recruit people, especially the early talent. That's probably many organizations are trying to solve, and that's probably my 2 bits of advice on what we can do different.
Thank you so much. Please keep your suggestions brief because in the paucity of time. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think while we are talking about employability, right, everyone focuses on skills, but where people are really missing out is on the software aspect. With a lot of technology being embraced or integrated with everything, your work is getting more and more automated, right? The differential factor that is left is on a soft skill. So, request everyone to also focus on the soft skill aspect. And there are times that we also interview candidates, right? Technically, they are really good, but where they are not able to perform is on the communication part or the mindset part or the approach part. I think that's something that people should focus on along with the technology, also on the software aspect. And for the software aspect, what corporate should do is spend more and more time, helping the academia in terms of improving the students, right? And again, for academia, one of the advices that I had is I've seen a lot of them calling corporate people to the campuses, right? It is more like a check in the box. there's hardly any interaction between the students and the panel. They just come, attend the panel, and they go out, right? But I think there should be more interaction with the corporate panel so that they really understand, they get inspired, they get motivated, they get a flavor of the corporate industry, and not just limited to a particular seminar for half an hour, 1 hour, and then it is done, right? Because I've seen a lot of students not being interested, or students who are interested but not getting enough time to interact with the corporate people.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just building on this, right? I have a small analogy which I use, right? These days, neither the companies nor the students like an arranged marriage. When companies go to campus, interview each other for 1 hour and then jhat mangni patwaya, right? Now everybody needs a courtship period. Now how do we enable that courtship period? What institutions can do, right? First is create a right profile of the students. If you don't have infrastructure, tie up, invest in the right companies who will teach your students the right technologies and assess them and give a detailed report to the employer. At the same time, what employers should do is open up the internship window for them. Now that is a two-way street. Institutes have to be flexible. It gives me pain when I hear all these campuses, they follow a 2-month internship model. Why not a 6-month or a 1 year or a 2-year internship where students can go anytime? I hear Chitkara does it, right? I'm bit starting doing it ages back. Chitkara is following it, right? What stops institutions from having a flexible internship model? Because that internship will give them the courtship period. You interact with each other and then you decide whether this is the right company or this is the right student. So that is where it is a two-way street, and that would be my 2 cents, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Autonomy.
Okay. So that is where all colleges should come together, right? Because right now, if you ask me, my biggest target is to hire 6-month interns from January to June in the last semester. Because I want to train them just like the apprentice model and then give them an offer. But I see there are only 15 campuses in the India who would give me that student pool. That is where the system has to change, right? Why can BITS do it and others cannot? Right? So.
Sure. Yes, Geetika.
Yeah. I would recommend that at least the individuals and communities at their own level of where they're operating should take actions. I'll again quickly quote an example. We conducted a chat GPT and prompt engineering workshop for our community of people with disabilities. It is unheard of that someone conducted a course for them, because we want to make sure that these people are up to date with technology. So that is on the individuals and community level. In the corporate side, I would say that it is not the time to sit and assume that your employees are going to skill themselves up. That is a myth that a lot of corporates believe, that the employee should reskill or upskill. Instead, you should create boot camps, reskilling programs for your own employees, and latest technology should be adopted so that people in your organization are upskilled, and then you can absorb them into various new technological rules. So that is a recommendation I would make to the organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chadda Saab.
Mine is for personal use, so it's about risk planning. All of us are using devices with data. Probably if you go to your home, you will find almost 10, 12 devices with your own data. And composite information stored in those data is sufficient enough to do a lot of things. So it's a saying, God is seeing everything, but hundreds of cyber criminals are waiting for you to make mistakes.
Yeah.
So your name is there, your date of birth, you're in custody of date of birth of your friends, bank account details of your family members. So be mindful of what you're dealing with and how you can keep it safe. Once you give it, you can't get it back. It's always there forever for them to use. So be mindful what you're keeping it, how you're storing it. Information which gets combined, your PIN code, your phone number, you are away, somebody calls you, there's a parcel, you say give it to security, you say give me the OTP, your bank account is gone.
Yeah.
So be mindful in the era of AI, cyber criminals are using hybrid intelligence.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Thank you so much, lovely star-studded panel. If I were to summarize what they said, for industry, please upskill, reskill, make people continuously learn. For academia, open your arms, embrace technology that's coming in your way, and don't feel threatened by that. open up internship programs. Now, I think I would say one more step further, allow this faculty to have an internship in an industry so that they get a blend of what they teach and then what their students do in the industry, so that will help. Don't teach students, make them learn. That will be the best way of making everybody skilled and employable. Thank you, dear panel members, all the audience. You've been very patient since morning. Thank you, the host, organizers, for this great event. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I'll request the panelists to stay. Do not run away. And I'd like to call upon my favorite person, a very expressive face, Talis Rizvi, sir. I think we should also give a round of applause to Rizvi, sir. He's been patient. And of course, he's... and that is Riti Gupta with him, again from BW People, BW CFO World, and BW Business World. Both of them here with us, gracing us with their presence. And let's do this. Let's charge ourselves up. Listen to the beats. Pump up the music for some time. With the beats, everybody. Only team B. I don't know about that, Anna. Annabelle का भूत तेरे को जरूर मिलेगा. All right, only people with team B. Hands up. Go. Come on. When you actually clap, you know that you have acupressure points on your hands. They actually help you become more better, healthier. So, go. Only team B. I'll point at A when my time comes. Come on, only team B. पीछे वाले are like जागराता वाले. जय माता दी बोलिए, प्रसाद जल्दी लाइए. All right. Team A. Ah, lovely. I didn't expect this. 10 points to team A. 10 points to, you're on 10. I give you 10 this time. Everybody in the house. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Pump up the music. Your energy is dependent on you, nobody else. So bring it up. Hamo Gambo. Photographer lele. Mother-in-law will forgive salt and chili. You will not forgive anything. Music here. Sir, music ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಹಾ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಸರ್? ಟಿವಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. DJ Daniel is working in All India Radio next. Ah, this is the beat. What I said, All India Radio means he changed the track only, huh? Direct panel 3, sir. No indirect panel 3, sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about incorporating. Don't get scared about AI. Start, interfaces. get faculty to actually start working with the industry, and then take that learning back to the educational institutes. So this conversation is going to continue, because my next panel and the final panel for the day is also going to be talking or having a conversation with developing the in-demand skills for the future of work. And the moderator is the head talent acquisition operations at ANSR, Mr. Vishwanath Raju. Can I have a round of applause as he joins me on stage. Wow, now you made me feel like I'm in like a Filmfare award, huh? And then you added Superman to it. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the dais. And just give me a moment, I'll call in all the panelists. Campus hiring and early career at... I'm so sorry. Campus hiring and early career at Brilio. Can I have Miss Ritu Sharma? She is not here with us. Talent acquisition head at Robosoft Technologies, Mr. Nadeem Pasha. It's run by ex-Army, I believe, Major Saab, Mr. Shetty. All right, and I'll just call in the next, we're done? Yes, sir, we're done with our panel. Thank you so much, my esteemed panelists, for being here with us, and I'll let Mr. Raju take over. Yes.
So before I could start, I was told that you have to close this in 10 minutes, right? So, but then don't worry, we'll take minimum 25 minutes, right? So what I will do is just to ensure that our energies are spread across and then we are still talking and a lot of people participating. We were talking about some topic. I'm going to give you exactly opposite of the topic so that you start thinking about it, right? So I think Anupam knows me very well. So what I generally tell them as a topic is what I actually talk about it, right? So Anupam, will start with you. 21st generation has actually unfolded us with new skills and all that stuff, right? So and then learning opportunities are different, thought process different, ways are different. Maybe if you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa, for picking me first so that I don't have an opportunity to say +1. All right. See, the 21st century and how we are looking into and how it's unfolding a lot of opportunities for the people here is very different, right? Definitely moving to 21st century in industry, we cannot ignore technology. I think that is the thing which is going to play a very key role in that. The second thing I can think about is a gig economy, like the way people are working, like a freelancer culture, and how do we are putting it there, right? The third part is the demographics that I could see, and like the generational gaps in the company and how the things are moving, learning from each other, and definitely the diversity at the workplace. That's pretty much the key agenda for everyone and the priority for everyone. And some of these things are together along with that environmental sensitivity and like how we can go for the social part of it and how we upskilling the talents, different, your favorite topic like metaverse. How can we do it right in AI and metaverse space, and how we can use technology effectively? I think the 21st century is all about that, and we are already there. And if we do not realize it now, we'll be late. So that's what my take would be.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it very short. So we'll go to shift gears to Neil. I think Nadeem, you've been an avid speaker on AI, automation and all that. So with this automation happening across the back of the mind, do you also feel that jobs will change? How does it change? And you just have 2 minutes time. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. Jobs, what we talk about right now is just a word, right? So most of the time I see candidates are picking jobs because they have to work. They don't have a choice. Right? So at an early stage, it is seen as a career jump, but over a period of time, candidates are also becoming extremely sensitive because they are more or less, they are career oriented. Right? So jobs are transforming to career. So gone are those days where people used to be extremely specialized in a skill and they just want to work upon it and develop a better skill of it. Now the candidates are more or less what I see a job aspirant. They lack patience. Right? They want to do everything very, very fast. They want to grow very fast. They want to retire very fast.
We have a media here. He's made
they
a
want to
statement.
retire very fast. So we have been hiring candidates. I'm giving a practical example. We are not looking at candidates at a very different skills altogether. Somebody who is sharp, somebody who has been able to deliver, we are just picking it up. Because there is an uncertainty in the market. We are also not sure whether the hire what we are doing, whether we have the longevity to keep it up. So we are employing the candidates, matching the skills exactly to the need of the organization, and we are paying them $1 per hour. Gone are those days where we used to tackle on the CTC, do the bargaining, do negotiation. Now we are just talking about $1 per hour. So we are paying that money 8 hours per day, 21 days a month, then translate to 160 hours a month. So candidates are getting a handful, good amount of salary. We are not giving them laptop. We are not giving them PF, gratuity, superannuation, nothing, right? So they just get the money wherever they want. We just want them to deliver. Right? So they are the future ready workforce who believes in adopting technology as the time moving on. And thanks to the rapid change in technology, the skill what is needed yesterday is not the need today or not even tomorrow. So they are sensing it what is the exact need and they are quickly grappling it and they are performing. So that's what the current trend right now and we are just on it.
Thank you. I think shifting a gear a little bit, Ritu, now we see a lot of education institutions here. We wanted you to tell us how education issues should play their role in this part in terms of skilling and upskilling and all that stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. So just adding to what Nadeem said, education institutions play a big role in making the future talent ready. The need of the hour now is certainly to do the need assessment analysis every year. Gone are those days that you keep teaching the same stuff and you just continue with that and the focus should shift from placements because like Nadeem said, it's just opportunity which a candidate picks up and that's what we see. And at least 50% of them are not clear why they are picking that role, what is the need, and what are they going to do. So a couple of things. One, every year they need to do a bit of need assessment on what industry needs and then prepare students. tie up, collaborate closely with corporates, industry, with respect to hiring needs, with respect to the demand, the skills requirement. Other panels already spoke about internship opportunities. So yeah, why not make the last semester as industry experience, exposure, and they start working, which is a good platform. And yes, upgrade the course and curriculum. Need to revisit, revise it continuously. One factor which I see which students miss, and this is an experience on each and every campus I go, they're very good technically, but they are not able to express so how they can be vocal about it, how they can express what they have learned, application of what they're learning. They're very good with theory, concepts, but do they think back that where am I going to apply, how I'm going to apply, how this is going to help me in. So providing those live opportunities, experiences, projects, and we keep hearing this, that industry should provide. So I have a message which I keep telling in all my conversations with this, with fresh talent, that look around, look within your own college, look within your own community. There are immense number of problems that you can solve using the knowledge that you have. So that's my advice.
Thank you, thank you. I think you said that it's important to reinvent. So I'll shift gears to maybe Sogata. You've been in campus, and one of the figures campus always looks at, right? So you've visited tier 1, tier 2 and all that stuff, but then there's also an element of training institutes here, right? We're not talking about the upgrades and all that, but then talking about it, right? So do you see a role that they should be playing, and how do you think that will transform the landscape of talent? Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. And just a brief thanks to all the audience. They have been very patient and, still bearing with us. So thank you for staying with us. At least we make us feel important, that we actually matter. Thank you.
Yeah. He did not even answer it, actually.
Okay. Coming back to your question, Vish. Yeah, definitely the training institutes do matter. But one thing I would like to suggest is most of the training institutes, they have trainers. And these trainers are all theoretical trainers. They are trainers by profession. What it can help is if the training institutes get some industry professionals to come and take the classes. And maybe in a part-time job and all. Because what I have seen is when an industry professional is talking to the students are more attentive because they know that isko practical aata hai. He has done it actually. What he is preaching, he has done it. So there is much more attentiveness. There is much more related question which they ask. And I've seen that the students are very bright.
Yeah.
But the thing is that sometimes the training institutes force feed them so many things that they stop thinking from their own mind. They stop using it. I've seen that during the interview session, 90% of the students are asking me, for example, when I ask, do you have any question? They all ask me the same question. So it means they have been fed that this is the question you should ask. So sometimes, so the training institute should also encourage the students to think on their feet, think logically and bring some actual professionals from the industry. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sogata. So let's go to Venu. By all means, I think you should be knowing he's a Padma Shri Awardee nominee, and he's also done a great work in healthcare and society. So Venu, you come from National Aerospace Laboratories, a lot of people you hire day in, day out. Do you think industry has a role in playing, in ensuring that the upskilling is happening from the industry standpoint? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. But before I proceed with the answering, first let me congratulate Vishwanath for his copyright in generative AI. Being a HR guy, he is doing research, and he did the copyright of generative AI for his job profile. So this itself is an example. So whether the industry is helping the people for their upskilling, and I can say that this upskilling is in connection with your routine job. It's nothing to do with that, something extraordinary or out of the box or out of the line of your profession. So definitely it is doing that. And one more thing that I would like to add one more question to this subset. The need of such things. So let me take the example of morning session. Mr. Nathan has quoted his experience of recommending underqualified person for some job profile, isn't it? So in that, he made a statement that he was the boss and he recommended the profile. Now, just give me a thought. If the guy who is taking the decision of recommending some underqualified person to some job profile, and the person is not the boss who is taking the decision, will the company accept his recommendation? No. So in such cases, what that guy who is recommending to do? He should have sufficient skills and the statistics or analysis to justify his decision. So in such cases, what that person or HR guy, let me take as HR guy, he should have sufficient data or skill set to justify his decision that this underqualified graduate can perform better than anybody. So that kind of skill set is required in that particular case.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you spoke about some frameworks, so let's go to Lavnam. So Wipro, we know it's more than a company, it's an institution, by the way, right? So we want to understand, are there any industry frameworks that you would want to talk to the audience that can help in the skilling point of view? Thank you.
So the audience here are two types of audience, one academicians and second from industry. So with regards to upskilling, which is one of the key aspects today to generate the next gen workforce that can leverage the AI and ML and the emerging technologies. So upskilling is something that which you already know something and which you need to start building on and topping up with your talent and with some certifications and all, which is more relevant for the education in institutions. But with regards to reskilling, which is a great concern among industry, right? The workforce which is already adopted to the regular style of working, and suddenly when we are asking them to reskill, learn something entirely different. So one thing that I wanted to quote recently, example that, I have attended one training, right? It is called something called andragogy. So there is two things are there, pedagogy and andragogy. So teaching elders is very difficult than teaching, the new age, the people who have born in digital era, right? We are learning about digital era, but this. So in this quest, I have attended one training, and for 4 days I was able to cope up with my trainer, and after that, when it comes to programming, and I was completely lost. I was not able to learn anything. But I have to complete the certifications, and I have sat with my colleague who is much younger than me in terms of experience and all. Huh?
Reverse mentoring.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is, while we all should think that, in the reskilling, instead of approaching it at one kind of an approach, we need to ensure we understand the learning patterns of the individuals and then frame the models is what very important. And the other panels have spoken about establishing center of excellence, teaching people with internship definitely helps, project-based learning and all.
Talking in the last, you can still say that all my points have been taken up. Thank you. You want to add something? I think we can take one or two questions from audience before we wrap up. All tough questions to Anupam and then easy questions to all of us.
So just one thing I'd like to quote here. So everyone I heard, they're giving some real life example. I thought of you're talking about 21st industry transformation. So I'm basically from a place called Prayagraj in UP that used to be called Allahabad earlier. So I was visiting my native last week during Dashera, and just to go through my memory lane, what I've done during my childhood. And that time, there was a tea stall called Gupta Tea Stall near Ganga Ghat. And I used to go then during my school time. Good tea and good fun with the friends and all. After 6, 7 years, I visited the same tea stall that becomes a new age Gupta Tea Stall. So I was a little curious to understand, what is this new age? Then he said, we have done, because there's a more crowd and lesser staff available, so he has created some WhatsApp group where order can be placed with a table number and the order will be delivered. I said, fantastic. This time I visited, the tea stall name was completely changed. I saw some picture somewhere. He put that name as Chai GPT. Gupta become GPT and tea become Chai. Then I said, okay, fine, what is that? Because sir, वो आजकल वो एक नया वो ऐप आया है ना जो सब कुछ बताता है. हमने कहा, yes, you are right. But it simply like, if you ask in the right question, they will give the right answer. But why this name you chose? Can you see, I have hired 3 people in my shop. And you know, like Allahabad kind of city, like they're famous for political discussion over tea, or some legal opinion over tea, or maybe some medical thing. So he makes sure one pharmacy guy, one person who is practicing law and one political knowledge guy, they are every time to engage people. People are questioning, they're giving answers, they're giving opinion about it. So it becomes a Chai GPT. So this is the evolution. If you do not upgrade at any point of time, you think you are good. And if he would have thought, I am from a city where the most active Bhagwan of Hindu mythology, like Hanumanji, you will see him everywhere, either he is fighting or flying or he's doing something. That is the place he is sleeping. वो लेट गए वहाँ पे आके. If he had thought that way, then he could have never put the revolution in his shop and the way he is approaching his industry and his shop. Stop.
Nice example. Thank you very much. So I don't see any hands raising. Yeah. Thank you very much, team. I think it was wonderful. Any passing comments that you want to make about anything that you would want to talk about? We still have 1 more minute.
So one thing that I wanted to emphasize on being, a lot of HR leaders are here. We interact with our workforce management teams day in, day out. A lot of confusion around that, when you don't have enough projects and reskilling, upskilling and all. So we need to give them a confidence and we need to take them into the confidence that human beings, we can do a lot of wonders and we can learn better. We can create that difference when it comes to, even though AI influence is more, we need to ask our project managers to trust in their team members so that they can learn and they can do better and they can do any kind of things with a great enablement that we need to give them. There is one point that we need to advocate to our team members.
So what I feel is don't get scared about what is going to happen tomorrow, right? So let's leave for today. There is nothing going to change tomorrow. So stay relevant, stay focused, just keep your eyes and ears open and think what is something which is going to take it, right? So don't get feared or don't get scared about anything. Somebody in earlier session they said high tech, high touch, right? So I will tell, instead of high touch, it is human touch. Okay, high tech, human touch is needed. Finally, we are dealing with people who comes with a lot of emotions and feelings, and we need to respect their feelings and emotions. And nobody else can do that better than us, our human beings. So let's stay relevant about it.
Thank you for the session, and I think we are all here would actually have to give them a big round of applause because give them a bigger round of applause for they've been patient enough. Thank you so much. You all would have had 110 things to do today, but you were here with us patiently. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate your presence here with us. I would like to call upon my favorite. Mumbai se aaya mera dost. Delhi se. Talis Rizvi and Riti Gupta ma'am, both of you, grace us with your presence. And these are our Sterling Leaders Awards that we'd like to honor them with. Thank you so much. That is the gentleman, scientist gentleman from CSIR, I believe. All of us who are here, we can actually stand up and just move our legs a little bit. With me. Left, right. Let's give our legs a little warm up. Come on, everybody, stand up with me. Wherever you are in the house, everybody put your hands together and let's get grooving and moving. This is DJ Abhishek in the house. And boy, we're going to have some fun with all of you this evening. We're coming to an end. We're just honoring the people on stage and with the beats. Move left, move right. Give yourself a little warm up. Get some blood moving. Get some oxygen into your lungs. And let's just be a little bit more energetic. It's been a wonderful day at a beautiful venue. And boy, awards that we are honoring them we are honoring our panelists on stage. Hey DJ. Lovely. And for a group picture, please come in. Oh, I believe they left two more panelists. All right, everybody, stay tuned. We're going to have some fun this evening with the beats. A little back and forward, a little bit left and right. Gets it right. Everybody, here we go. Rithi ma'am, please do us the honors too. Oh, that's so. Lady to a lady only. What do you call that? Feminist movement. All right. And all of you standing with me, thank you so much. But we're going to keep standing and have some fun. I promise we'll play some music. We'll just lighten ourselves up before we all say goodbye. But that's not going to happen right now. You got to stay along with us. It's just 5 more minutes. I have a very few set of awards to give away. Boy, this is your jockey Abhishek out here with all of you. And I don't see any hands in the air. Some of them have seated. Shagun, what are you doing? Prem, what are you doing? He's ready to run home. A group picture, please. Mogambo Khushwa. Rizvi sir, you're looking handsome, don't worry. And that looked like the most sad reception photo. You guys are the last panel. Get your hands out. Thumbs or victory signs. Yeah. Hey, Mogambo. Thank you. Rizvi sir, stay back. And operations team, can we clear away the tables and the chairs, please, as the awards are lined up. Thank you so much, sir. You've been very kind. And it's a pleasure. All right, take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And all the last panelists, stay with us for the next 5 minutes before we come to an end. And I will give it away to the man of the moment. Chinmay is ready to steal my mic. Say, you don't pay me this much, but it's okay. Here we go.
Thank you, Abhishek. So before we, ask for vote of thanks, we have certain leadership awards. But I'm not sure today we would be talking about just vote of thanks. We also owe some set of apologies. However, this event, ITTL India Tech Talent League, is organized by My Anatomy and powered by BW People, along with the ITTL executive core team is empowered by Ganesh Sanoy, the chairman, and myself, the general secretary, along with co-chaired by Nagan Gowda, and all other team members starting from executive board members, Mr. Jay Chaudhary, to Dinanath Harapannahalli, who is our startup ecosystem partners. So why I'm taking all these names, because everybody comes from the recruitment arena or in the talent acquisition space who worked hard in enabling this talent ecosystem. Under this category with BW People, which is a prominent media house of 35 years old, BW Business World has its division BW people, which enables HR processes, and recognizes the human resource leaders. And at the same time, ITTL, T-Hub, Task has taken an effort to recognize certain contributions made by all our talent acquisition and technology and engineering team, under which the year of experience you have contributed in this domain and the field. At the same time, the contributions to the employment, enabling employment and employability, learning and development, and the number of freshers hiring you have been engaged with, you have been advocating, or you have been supporting the institutions, universities. There are a lot of programs which is called Professor of Practice by AICTE, where they invite the industry leaders to join university institutions. And you take the volunteership to join hands with them and support them. Under this, these leadership awards are categorized under Emerging Leadership Awards, Iconic Leadership Awards, Radiant Leadership Awards, and the Stellar Leadership Award. This is based on your experience, your contribution to the employment, employability, learning and development, supporting the institutions, university, even supporting each and every student, mentoring them. On all this has been taken, the inputs or insights taken from each and every participants or each and every applications we have received, based on which these awards has been categorized. Now I give it to our very famous, the most energizing, electric-magnifying personality, Mr. Abhishek, to read out the names.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I am your Energizer bunny without the batteries. Don't get any funny pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, the first is Neelam Roy. And I'll be on the representatives on stage with us. Kavita Singh. And to keep the last person waiting, Dr. Karthik Ramesh. Okay, so we'll finish up with Dr. Karthik Ramesh, and then I'll call in Dr. Rajesh US. So where are you, sir? Dr. Rajesh US, would you please raise your hand? Afterwards. Thank you. First of all, Chinmay sir, please stay back. Thank you to both the dignitaries. Thank you, BW people. Thank you so much. Rizvi sir is like, अब कुछ और करने को बोला ना, मुंबई में मिलेंगे. And thank you, Chinmay sir, for being here with us. And a closing note from your side, please.
I'm not sure you have all the energies to hear my closing notes, or neither I am also having the energy to give votes of appreciations or notes of appreciation. But I think a set of apologies is, it's much deserved to ask for an apology, owe an apology, being delayed. But as you know, time is not in our hand, and we all tried. I hope you all enjoyed. But at the same time, I sincerely express my heartfelt gratitude for all of the members who have visited, who are present with us till now. And it is because first time I'm seeing an event which is extended from 9 o'clock or 8:30 till I think we are at 8 o'clock night, 12 hours. So please don't file a case on me saying that it is, labor laws on 8 hours to 12 hours. It was not intentional, but I'm very happy, and I wanted to express my thanks by bowing down in reverence for all your support expended, all your support extended, and all your encouragement, staying back with us. Our energy, I have not taken my lunch, and I was still running and had my, glass of water or something. The energy was all your energy which was coming to me, and that's why I was getting energized. And, I think I'm not getting words to share or express my heartfelt thanks or the gratitude I would like to express. The people who are not there also, I would like to express my immense respect, immense gratitude, who have been present and made this event, Bangalore chapter successful. We have upcoming event in 22nd November in Pune and 2nd November in Delhi. 2nd December in Delhi. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to see our Rajkumar Hutta sir, our Venkat Sastry sir, who have been our mentor when I was a placement officer. I used to go and ask him, how did you take an appointment? Because I come from a very small, not a small engineering college, but a small student from a big engineering college, a very oldest Orissa engineering college. So I used to meet him and ask his mentorship, guidance, and he has also helped me in connecting, inviting a lot of companies which he used to do, even if I was representing a very newly recognized or newly just started institution called NM Institute of Engineering and Technology. Thank you, Hota sir, for accepting our invite, joining us here from Bhubaneswar. Thank you, everyone. But there is a vote of thanks for all our sponsors, all our partners. I would like Abhishek to take that. Thank you, everyone, once again. Once again, I bow down in reverence and express all my gratitude and thanks for staying back. I hope you didn't get much time to have your lunch, but I hope you had a good lunch, good snacks, and some crunchies and munchies in the breakfast. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's give a round of applause to Chinmay, his wonderful family, and the team at My Anatomy. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. And we'd like to thank, I've been doing this for 20 years. I actually paid for my engineering doing this. And it's very rarely that I come across people who are wholeheartedly involved in the event. And that one person, and today it's a team, is the team of BW people. Thank you so much. It's been 20 years. I usually see sponsors come in, they want to be seated back. They just they're okay with there, or they have their own work that they want to, but you've been involved with so many steps, always there, and the kind of energy both of you have shown, and Rizvi sir back again even in Hyderabad. Thank you so much, and we look forward to the same support and same kind of love and energy in the coming days and in the future events. You'll open your pockets even more bigger and bigger and bigger and deeper. So thank you so much. First of all, can we have a round of applause for all our sponsors, please? Because without their generous support and love and their deep pockets, this wouldn't have happened. Let's give a round of applause for all our sponsors. Thank them, please, from the bottom of our heart. My Anatomy team would like to thank each of our sponsors. Now, hold on. Did you have fun today on the stage? There was a lot of entertainment, learning, discussions. You had something to take home from ISRO. You had discussions from the industry. You had a lot of entertainment. You had a person who has won India's Got Talent, which is a big stage by itself. So it was a unique mix and blend bought in. But a lot of people work hard to make this possible for you. Sabse pehle, thank you so much. Thank you. So, I believe the people who really work the most hardest to make this possible, if you really want to see, is just step into this door. There are actually 6-7 guys who are sleeping on mats, on these very, kind of mats, or they're seated on chairs and they're sleeping. You know why? This venue is given to them at 12 in the night. And they have to make sure everything is set, the LED is set, the production is set, the wiring that happens is humongous. It's miles of wiring, all of it. And that's the production guys. And these guys are the nameless guys in the industry. They work absolutely right through the night. Imagine every night of your life you're working and just sleeping like this with sound. Imagine how much noise we've been making, and they are so tired. So can I have a round of applause for those people who are my nameless warriors, the events and the production team. Thank you to both the events team. For the camera crew, we could sit, we could go out for lunch, we could actually talk to our friends. But imagine the guys, he's been standing there for 12 hours. And some of them have been carrying equipment on their hands. It's tiring, your shoulders pain at the end of the day. Give a round of applause for these guys. When we thank them, the good, it's like giving them good comes back to us too. Give them a round of applause. Thank you to the camera guys, production team. Daniel, thank you for the lovely music. Sound and light, thank you so much for giving us this lovely experience today. And also along with this, let's give a round of applause to Leela Palace for giving us a wonderful venue, lovely lunch. These are people who are, the guys who are serving us, nameless. But when we acknowledge them, trust me, 10 times more acknowledgement will come in from that universe from above. You call him God or whatever, it comes back. So always acknowledge those people who are nameless in making our lives better. And so with that, also a big round of applause to yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause, because you guys have drank extra glucose in the morning till 8, and then you're here till 8 in the night with all of us. So thank you so much. Raise your right hand like this. Turn it back this way. Can you bend it like Beckham? Can you bend it like Beckham? And now pat yourself on the back. Because self-appreciation bhi zaruri hota hai. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Voice of your host, Abhishek, signing off. Zindagi ke mode pe kahin na kahin aapse wapas mulaqat hogi. Till that time, take good care of yourselves. My Anatomy team, come on stage for a group photo. And
but again, I wanted to thank Abhishek. If his 1/10 of the energy can be collected and can be utilized to power up this Lilla Palace Hotel, I think that will take, they don't need electricity for minimum next 10-20 years. So Abhishek, your energy is just out of, awesome and, out of the way. Nobody can even express. There is no words to express. He has been rocking in the stage. Originally he is a India's Got Talent semi-finalist. He asked me, where did you put me into an MC? I said, you are not an MC. You are a owner of an event. So, I don't